Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Digiverse Divecast, the only Digimon podcast where if you're under 20, fuck you, actually. Just God, fuck you, you little bitch. Anyway, how's everyone doing
Thank God
today?
I'm
Huh?
24.
What? What? Huh?
Because
That was your
You
new
see,
opening
Lot
bit.
is Lot is making a timely reference to how the attention spans of generations younger than ourselves are completely fucking shot.
yeah, we had a lengthy discussion about SEO right before I actually started the episode, and it made me hate young people, I think more than I ever have in my entire life, and I'm relatively young.
Can I be
Really,
honest? It's not just young
I
people.
know
There
it's
were people.
literally it's anyone who fucking uses social media for extended periods of time and also TikTok and all that shit. Like I get it. I know it's a more widespread problem. The fact that they're worse
I saw
than me when I have crippling ADHD is really bad.
I saw a comment on like the Pluribus subreddit that it's like I'm not even TikTok brain rotted, but I had to watch every episode at 2 times speed, and one of the replies was, "You're TikTok brain rotted."
Jesus Christ. Okay, anyway, moving on from that shit. Welcome to the Digiverse Divecast. Digimon Time Stranger spoiler cast. We're gonna be talking about everything. Start to finish, whole damn game. First, I
Yeah.
guess we should do the introduction. So, hello everyone. I'm Lot. I'm the host and just founder, CEO. Just basically anything that happens around here, it has to go through me. That's essentially what like this whole operation is.
I'm Leon, and I'm the first unpaid intern.
One of you stupid red cats has to go next.
Yeah, if anyone else wants to go, that'd be great.
I figured we typically like we go around in a circle, so I figured Yuki was next.
Oh. Fuck.
Fuck you.
Hi, I woke up like fucking an amount ago. Hi, hello. I drink paint. Shit's
Hi, I'm
banging, yo.
Well, shit, I can't even say it's pain, asshole. You know it's pain already. Like, hi, I'm Bridget. I'm the reason this took so fucking long. Sorry.
It's okay. You were in hell. You were actually in hell.
Yeah.
We all.
Yep. So again, this is going to be unstructured for the most part. Like we'll go like topic by topic, but we're not doing like a summary of the game because that would be an actual nightmare to listen to and also discuss. Plus, it's been 2 months. I don't remember events as they happened in order. First thing we can probably do is just start off with our general spoiler-free thoughts on the game. Like, quick 1 to 2 sentences, what we think about it. Obviously, I'll go first. We'll do the same orders going around in the clockwise circle. So, this was Game of the Year 2025 for me without, like, not even a contest. Like, nothing else even fucking came close. It's, for me, personally, easily the best Digimon game ever made. One of the best monster collecting RPGs ever made, if not the best. I love this game to death, and the past 2 months of waiting for the DLCs to come out so I could do a second playthrough has been agonizing.
Also really liked the game. I don't know if it's necessarily my game of the year, but that's also because there are so many other games that I was like really into. I would probably have like 3 games of the year if it was my choice.
I mean, you could just do that.
Yeah,
Like,
you can just have a 3-way
Yeah,
tie
you
for
can
first.
have-
Like,
That's fair.
multiple.
It would probably still look better than what happened at the Game Awards.
ooh, topical.
Topical a month ago, yeah, sure.
That's
yeah,
like
I
3
was
weeks
about to
ago.
say.
It's not.
Sorry, the E30 free rage videos are all already out. Like, we're too late on that shit, dude.
Man, we can't capitalize on shit ever.
Listen, I love Time Stranger. It's not a perfect game by any means, but it's so fucking good.
Yuki.
This game sucked me silly. That's it.
Succinct.
And you drink
All
paint.
right. To the point.
Yeah.
It sucked you silly and you drink paint. Those are your job titles, I guess.
Sometimes at the same time.
That sounds dangerous. Like that sounds like a weird concoction of brain stimulation that I don't like. You good luck with that, dude.
Yeah, I'm gonna die in like 2 years, but
I love lead poisoning.
I love LED headlights. Anyway, I my turn, I guess.
Yep.
Mhm.
I'm trying to put this in a way that isn't just exactly the way a lot said it. This game definitely has, things that hold it back, a couple of issues here and there, but it succeeds so thoroughly at like, I guess exactly what I wanted it to be. That like, I sit here like, yeah, this is not just my game of the year. This is, for me, the most mechanically like satisfying and just overall enjoyable monster collecting RPG I have maybe ever played in my life. And I play a lot of those.
Yeah. Oh, it's so good. It hits just right.
Yeah. This also probably sits as like, besides like literally the only Digimon like thing I can think of that I could like maybe say I've enjoyed more than this was fucking Digimon Tamers, because of course it was, but like in terms of just like things this franchise produced, this sits very easily in the top 3 for me.
Hell yeah. All right. So let's start getting into spoiler territory. Is there anything like about the game specifically that anyone wants to like get out of the way and talk about in like broader strokes, like right off the bat, or spoilers from here on out, by the way. So,
Yeah.
I haven't played in a hot minute, so I'm kind of just gonna go off what
Yeah.
other people bring up.
This is a really funny one because like some of you haven't played in a while. I think Yuki refreshed themselves, and I literally finished the
Yeah.
game for the first time like a little over an hour ago.
Yeah.
I'm coming in hot on this one.
my last sesh was I think last week,
Mm,
give or take.
yeah. And again, the only reason I haven't played is because I'm waiting very specifically for the second DLC pack. Because I was waiting for the Boncho DLC because we knew it was coming thanks to voice actors having loose lips, and that is coming out in like 2 weeks. And when that comes out, I will be doing a full second playthrough on the high difficulty where everything is like matching your level of stats. So that's gonna be fun. I'm not doing the one where you're not allowed to use items. I'd rather cut my own nuts off.
Yeah.
Plus, for the achievement, you only need to do that on the final boss, which shouldn't be that bad. So,
It's really funny that that's how it works. I love them for that.
thank
They
God
knew.
for
They
that.
knew.
Sonic Frontier style. Thank you.
I'm trying to think of what like general thought. Like specifically spoiler, or just like just kind of any thought about it
Yeah,
really.
just anything. Just we need like a jumping off point. I mean, if we want to, we could talk. Just because it's probably going to be the shortest like part of the conversation, we could just talk general aesthetics. Because this is this is the first Digimon thing we have had in fucking. When was the last time we had an actual digital world? Oh God, when was the last time we had an actual digital
Oh,
world?
don't say that.
Next
Don't
door,
make me think about that.
next order, I guess technically.
Did Next Order come out after 2020?
No, no,
No,
it was like
right?
20. It was between Cyber Sleuth and Hacker's Memory, I think. So like 2017, I think.
Okay. I get, well, the 2020 digital world is just like it's just kind of a worse version of the original Adventure digital world, so I don't even know if that counts.
Yeah.
How do you
Oh,
make
you
it
meant just like
worse?
in gen.
What do you mean?
Never mind. I guess I'll
You,
figure
you,
that
you'll
out
get
later. But
you'll get there when you get there, bud.
Oh yeah, right, you haven't seen it. Well, regardless, this is like the first wholly original like digital world interpretation we have had since probably Next Order. And Next Orders wasn't even all that impressive. It was kind of whatever because that game was a Vita game.
It goes. Yeah. Um.
Holy fuck,
I.
did they
I.
nail
I
it?
Yeah, I will actually say, the way that like it's interconnected with like the Locomon stuff specifically, it did actually remind me the most of like the Frontier digital world of all fucking things.
Which is really funny. They took one of the only interesting aspects of Digimon Frontier and put it in this game. Actually, they took all of the only interesting parts of Frontier and put it into this game, all things considered.
Because they got Ogunion and Lobomon.
And Sasanomon, and the rail system, Sasanomon, and that's it. And those are both in this game. So, congratulations, Frontier heads. You got
You
your
finally
rep.
got something good.
You got your roses. No, fuck, no, get out of my sight. You fucking mutoids.
Hey. Lanamon and Calamarimon are in this game too. They're plot important NPCs.
I guess.
That's it.
Yeah.
But like the aesthetic for the digital world and just the way it operates is like it might. I mean, this is again, it's just gonna be recency bias, but I genuinely do think, in my heart of hearts, this is probably the best digital world we've had, only because it feels so fully fleshed out because they had the time and budget to do so, where we have cities and NPCs walking around and talking, and we have like the politics in a way of like how the digital world works. We have leaders of zones. We have like important figures. The way transportation works. It is so fucking good. The moment you step into Central Town, it's just like, oh shit, they like got it. They like get it.
And then you look at Lumio City and go, what?
It's a shit, Leon. Okay, there's your one.
No, they got the one. They got the
There's
one.
my one. That was my plan.
I just didn't expect you
That
to
was a-
fire the bullet
that was-
immediately.
That was a good one to use it for, though. I'm actually kind of pissed I didn't think of that one myself.
God damn it.
It's kind of my go-to argument where you like look at Central Town and it's like this beautiful, like rich, like in-depth, like hand-built like city like town, like it's alive. And then you look at a screenshot, literally like the first like view of Lumios you get in ZA, and it's like buildings, windows,
The buildings don't even look good.
No, I don't.
Pokemon Center.
It meant something to me. They plucked that shit straight out of the 3DS, frame rate and all. There's my one.
Okay.
Really?
Damn. We're just emptying the chamber.
I'm not using mine yet. Fuck that.
No, I have much more important gripes that I will bring up in my particular bullet. Oh, this isn't what the podcast is going to be. Sorry. To now that like the fucking cat's out of the bag, I gave everyone one Pokemon ZA sucks in comparison they're allowed to do during this podcast. Everyone gets one, and that's it. Okay.
We can chime in on others that others
Yeah.
bring up though.
Yeah.
Oh, but yes, I fucking love Central Town, especially. Like that is definitely like the single most impressive one of all of like the zones you're in is Central Town, which makes sense. It's an actual city, like just top to bottom.
It definitely was the most impressive, but I think my personal favorite was the Gear Forest Village.
Yes. No,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
Oh
no, that
god.
one's really solid.
If
I
had
loved
to,
that one.
yeah, if I had to pick a favorite, it might actually be post time skip industrial area. Just because
Oh,
of
Factorial
That's
Town?
good.
yeah,
Hey,
Factorial
Yeah,
Town.
yeah.
Just because it like the vibes on that are so fucking funny.
I
The
love,
part
like,
where the part where they're like hyping up the Kokuamon for seemingly no fucking reason, and it's the
It's
most
so
like
awesome.
empty-headed like it's like do you want to hear the great tale of the Kokuamon? And it's like the most like bare bones basic ass like, and then he was the hero and saved the thing kind of shit ever.
It's so funny. They built statues out of the random Kokuamon who helps you out in that section in like prior to time skip. It's fucking awesome.
Can we also talk about the thing that Kokuamon says when you
Yeah.
like revive?
Yeah, where he does the direct word for word moist critical quote.
Oh yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I'm talking about.
Yeah, baby, that's what I've been waiting for. So fucking funny.
Oh, I didn't even put that
Insane
shit
game.
together. That's
It's-
like
Oh,
for me that'd be like the second reference they do that would have annoyed me a little bit.
I
It
think
is
they
word
co
for word. It's funny as hell.
I think they put God's strongest crackheads on
Oh
the
yeah,
script writing for this
definitely.
game.
Oh my god, did they ever? Holy shit. But just like just talking more about aesthetics, like going place by place in general, like you got Central Town, which is like a fucking a sheet metal city built like I guess it's floating, right? Like Central Town is floating. It's like a floating
Every
city.
Yeah,
area
I
is
think
Yeah.
floating.
I think all the areas are sort
Yeah.
of.
Okay. That's what I
Yeah.
thought. And it's just like the amount of tiny detail just in the like visuals of it, not even talking about npcs and the kind of shit they're saying or the references out the ass that are in Central Town. Just the shit like having a tiny baby door for the baby Digimon to go into their baby houses, as opposed to like full-size doors all over the place. Like, it's crazy. It's fucking insane. And it's just everywhere. Like, in every corner of the city, there is something to look at and be like, oh, that's cute.
Or
It's
like, oh,
fucking
that's a nice reference.
yeah. Like there is a reference to the like group of main character Digimon from Adventure Through Savers in Central Town. Like they're all together in some aspects. Like there's the Savers crew just kind of like hanging out. The O2 crew is hanging out.
The
I think
Tamers
both
crew, like
Tamers.
just
yeah.
chilling in like an alley.
Even even the
You have
original
the
crew is like sort of hanging out, but it's like you have the siblings
Yeah.
Digimon together.
you have I think it's Palmon and Biomon hanging out, so it's the two girls, and I think you have just Tentomon and Gomamon hanging out because
Yeah.
Yeah, the
yeah,
boys.
the
There's
boys.
There's the fucking reference to the weirdly specific episode of Digimon Adventure 02 where Aquilamon fights the Golemon and Stingmon is like just hanging back. It's
Yeah,
like
the
one of
fucking the trolley problem episode.
yeah, where it's just like the god that fucking episode where they're just like, but we can't kill. Oh, they're not actually Digimon. Fucking kill them, just kill them all.
Yeah.
God, it's so
There
stupid.
was the one I caught, which was that most of the time when the town is normal, the Shine Greymon is like kind of looking
Mm,
over the city as like a guardian figure. Then when the Titans take over, where the Shine Greymon stands, there's now a Dark Dramon. And when you go with Marukimon to like take the town back, the Shine Greymon and the Dark Dramon are seen fighting above the like in the sky, which I think is a reference to the rivalry between Marcus and that stupid fucking bio dude from Savers who had the Dark Dramon transformation.
yep.
Oh, fuck, that's kind of cool.
The fucking okay, who the fuck even remembers the bio crew from Savers?
There's the mission where you grab all the Kudamon from the
Yeah.
like the city, which is very clearly a reference to Revenge of Diaboromon.
It's
Um,
so good. Everything,
there's
just everything in this game.
there's the mission where this is the last one I think I can think off the top of my head, but there's the
Mhm.
mission with Minervamon where she has like a sort of crush on a Beelzemon, which I think is a reference to those two also kind of having like a weird thing in Cross Wars.
Yeah, where the Mervamon has a crush on the Beelzemon in Cross Wars, and we'll talk more extensively about that specific quest later because it heavily pushes my personal agenda. So
If I
Of
had to
course.
say, like, just like I know we kind of already did it later, but it's like Time Stranger is really like an insane love letter to the
yes,
series.
oh my god. People who very clearly know and love Digimon were working on this from start to finish. Like, you can kind of tell even just from the models and animations they were showing before release, just like the details on them and the references within attack animations are just like so clearly specific, like cuts of animation from the shows and stuff. But then you
Yeah,
actually
they
play and
even
you're
they
just
even
like,
mentioned the Digibeetle.
fucking God.
Yeah.
I think the best part about that Shine Greymon is like if you're just walking through Central Town normally without like really taking in the vibes, you might not even notice he's there, but there's an NPC who like mentions, "Oh yeah, Shine Greymon up there is like the guardian of the city," and then you fucking look up and he's just there, like he is just on top
Yeah,
of a
he's just
tower,
standing there.
and
He's
you
just
normally
standing there
wouldn't see
aura
him.
farming. Yeah.
Exactly.
And then I think after you liberate Central Town, isn't there an NPC that's like, yeah, Shine Greymon's a little bit shy
Yeah,
or
that's
something?
why he
Yeah.
doesn't talk.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a bit shy and like doesn't really want to. It's specifically a Rice Greymon too, so it's really funny. Whereas like yeah, Shine Gray is a bit shy and like doesn't really want to say it, but like he's pretty thankful for you as well.
Mm-hmm. Oh god. And like we're just jumping all over the place, but like just because it's relevant to Central Town in general, just the section where you are taking back Central Town from the Titans and going through it like battle by battle, where you get the guys who used to be NPCs in Central Town just hanging out are now like guest Digimon in fights you're doing. It's
Yeah,
it's so good.
like you get the Shoutmon and the Nightmon who was like watching him, and then you get the Starmon and the Pandamon duo, and it's like it feels nice to like. And like a bunch of the other NPC Digimon are like seen like also fighting, like the War
Hmm.
Growl and the Cyberdramon and stuff. And it just like it feels like the game is like rewarding you for like taking in the sights and like reading all the NPC dialogue basically by being
Oh,
like, oh yeah, from like actually like paying attention to the dialogue. I know that these are like guys in the city now, so like you get to pop off a little bit when they join
All
you.
yeah.
all
Dude,
of
we
the NPCs in Time Stranger just like feel like even if they're like the most nameless little guy, like feel more alive than I'm used to.
mhm.
Even like not even
They
just
were
in a
given a lot of
Digimon
love.
game, and like this is more love and NPCs getting like most RPGs just in general.
This
Like
Right. Because there's like is it a Waru Seedramon in the like in
yes.
the beach area
Mhm.
where he's hanging around when you first get there, but then after the time skip, it's like where'd
he's
Waru
missing.
Seedramon go?
Yeah, the
Like
one dude just going, where's Wadu Seedramon? Is he ever coming back?
Yeah, because pre-time skip, it was a Waru Seedramon and a Mega Seedramon, and they were arguing how to handle the Titans, with the Waru saying, "No, we should just attack." Like we're never gonna be able to talk things out because a whole thing in the Abyss area is negotiations and stuff. But the Waru Seedramon says we should just kill them all. The Mega Seedramon is saying, "No, like we should try to negotiate. We should talk with them." And then post-time skip,
right.
Waru Seedramon ain't there. And that is because Leon, you can continue.
Oh, I forgot that one. You can
Fucking literally trying to set you up for fuck's sake. Anyway, the implication is that that Waru Seedramon has become the Skull Seedramon that you fight.
Okay, I was it. I for whatever reason there was a Reddit post about it like on like when I was playing the game and someone was like, it's a side quest later. It's not the Skull Seedramon. And I was like,
There
oh, okay.
is there a side quest later? I did like
Is there?
almost all of them, and I didn't.
There's
Yeah, I didn't
not.
see.
I don't.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
not.
I don't think there
I think
is.
I think the Reddit person was just lying for fun.
if you really think someone would do that, just go on the internet and tell lies.
So,
The
mhm.
I'm so susceptible to like being told something that is even mildly believable that I was like, okay, sure.
Oh, I guess it's not that.
Yeah, but no. Instead, it's like they fake you out by making you think it might be the Skull Seedramon, but then at the end of the game, like the Water Seedramon shows up again to fight alongside the
Yeah, he's just
Metal
there.
Yeah,
Seedramon. Yeah.
he's just fucked off.
I'm trying to think of other cool. I mean,
I mean,
a lot of the
like,
Abyss area gets a lot of these guys. Like
yeah,
specifically, like
it's this
Well,
is
what
a
happens in Abyss
game.
area is insane.
I yeah. This is a game that rewards you so heavily for just paying attention to literally every single NPC you come across because every single one of them has something going on pre and post time skip. Sometimes even within like pre time skip. You'll see like oh god, what is it? It's is it the Wormmon and the Vmon that are like traveling around from area to area and you meet them in like every single one and they're just kind of like taken in the sights, or was that a different set?
that's a different set. Because like I don't think you see the Wormmon and the Vmon for a bit, and then you see the Wormmon already as a Stingmon, and like the Vmon is kind of like admiring him, going, "He's so fucking cool. I want to
Yeah.
journey with this guy."
And then you
And
meet
then
them
like
in
post time
the
skate, they're
yeah.
in the Factorial area as a X-Vmon and Stingmon, and then eventually they combine into a
Pyodra.
Pyodramon.
Yeah. and it's
I think it's
cool.
the I think it's like the Leomon you see travel in every area who
Yes,
eventually settles down with a fucking Lilymon.
that's what it is. Yes, it was the
I'm happy for
Leomon.
them.
Yeah, good for them.
Yeah, because you see the a Lilymon and a Lilamon like arguing over who's hotter, the Stingmon or the Leomon, and both just end up like following. They stick to each other's crushes like until the end of the fucking game.
Yeah, they're hanging out. They're getting that. I almost said pussy, but that's.
It's quite
I
literally
mean,
the
one of
opposite.
them.
Oh yeah, you never know.
You never know.
Let him on
Yeah.
Lost. You went for the one that's gonna
I,
get
I, I'm
shot
glad.
immediately.
I'm glad the Lilamon decided that no, actually, the Vmon being involved in like is fine, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. Because I remember
She knows. She knows about Pyodrama. She wants it.
that she like because at first she's just like, oh my god, Stingmon is so cool. Oh my god, and then they combine and she's like, you know what? No, this is fine. I'm okay with this. It's so fucking funny.
We love to see our video game thruples.
And like there's side quest chains where like the fucking Zuba Eagermon that is just like who's just
Yes.
trying to figure out what
Yes.
the 20th is, who eventually is just like, you know what, I'm gonna dedicate myself to the way of the warrior, and like he briefly becomes a Durandamon and is just like, you know what, nah, this ain't it, and then becomes a Grademon and is like, yeah, this works.
This is 20.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
is 20th.
It's and then he's just in the he's in the Coliseum for the rest of the game. He's just fucking hanging out. It,
Yeah.
Oh, it's so
And he's part of the Lord Nymon quest, which
Yeah.
we'll talk about later. But it's like,
Yeah.
oh yeah,
dude,
The fact that he just de-digivolves back into Zupa Eagermon and just goes,
Yeah.
you know what? Hell yeah, let's go this route instead.
yeah, let's try something different. Get a little funky with it. It's just, it's like we could literally talk for an entire 3 hours just about, hey, you know this NPC? Well, let's talk about their extensive journey that happened in the background of this game. Like the NPCs in Time Stranger actually do what people say Kiseki NPCs do.
I was about to say it's like Kiseki-esque, but it's like it feels like it fits what Kiseki NPCs do an entire arc into one game, which is crazy.
Yeah. It's fucking magical. And then it just like we got really sidetracked from aesthetics, but Gear Forest is wonderful. I love it. It's the cute little village with Bacchusmon getting fucking sloshed every day and partying every day.
He kind
I
of
wasn't,
deserves it.
I wasn't
If
ready
everyone's
for his sober voice to just be fucking adult Gohan.
It's so funny. It's so funny. It's
Oh yeah,
just
I was
Gohan.
gonna ask. Am I the only one who played the game with the Japanese dub, or
did.
I think so. You
Okay.
played Leon? Okay, so it's half and half.
Yeah.
On my stream playthrough was in English and my personal playthrough was in Japanese.
Okay.
okay.
Okay, so I'm the only one that just didn't play in Japanese at all. Makes sense. I only did the one playthrough, and you know, I'm a play a dub if you got it type of guy.
It's like, hey, here's fucking this dude. He's slurring his words. Here's Ryu from Street slurring his words and getting shit faced. All right, he's sobered up. He's adult Gohan.
It's
I don't know.
Go ahead.
I don't know if I've got any particular performances that like or stand out to like would stand out to anyone who isn't a fucking like Seiyu like fucking snob basically. But I will say threw me off quite a lot. Gelonmon is not voiced by Masaka Nozawa. What's the fucking point?
Yeah.
They did change several VAs for this game, which I can understand. There's 450 Digimon in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's
some of them are just gonna sound like Luffy.
Yeah.
One of them is very clearly fucking Kenny Chijoji.
yeah,
I'm so glad they were smart and used that voice for Stingmon.
But yeah, like the only performance that's like super standout for me in English anyway is probably Christina V as Adrielmon. But you know, she's phenomenal in everything she's in, so no surprises there.
Yeah.
Agent's pretty good in Japanese too, I would say.
I know. I would imagine.
Oh,
Yeah.
Really solid.
All the performances in the Japanese dub are just good because it's all a bunch of fucking experienced seiyuu, so of course they're all good in their
Yeah.
roles. Like, what do you expect?
Yep.
Sorry. Getting back, no, to Gear Force just looks amazing. I
It's
love it.
so nice.
Like,
It's aesthetically it is probably the best area for me. Just purely
yeah,
based on just
same.
visuals.
It's either that or Abyss area
Yeah,
aesthetically because I
dude.
love the deep blues in Abyss
So
area.
pretty.
Isn't it crazy how, and I mentioned this like while I was playing to a couple of people, but the Abyss, like when you're in Abyss area's main town, the background music, the theme of the Abyss area town is literally just an FF14 nighttime theme. Like
Yeah,
it
Yeah.
is just that. It's crazy. It sounds so good. I guess if there's one thing about this game that is definitely like not as good as something like Cyber Sleuth, the OST is good. It
yeah.
is not phenomenal.
It's a bit like because it is Masafumi Takada again, and like we've played we've played a couple of his games. We've played the Cyber Sleuth games. We've played like Danganronpa and shit. Like
Yeah.
we know he's capable of some really good stuff, and
I
it
think
kind of there's a couple of real bangers out there, but um and this is gonna, especially for me, sound like a really unflattering comparison, but I kind of get the same sense with his soundtrack here as like what I got with Soken's soundtrack in FF16.
I literally was thinking the exact same thing where I'm just
it's
like I don't think he was the pick for this one. This just isn't his vibe.
yeah, I
Like
think it
they
was just
want
a
they
Yeah.
road mismatch. Like
yeah, like they clearly wanted a more conventional RPG soundtrack, much like how FF16 wanted a much more like epic
Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
western game, yeah, soundtrack. And it's just like you for both cases, like you got guys who are really good at like techno EDM shit to do that, and it's like, yeah, they're not gonna produce gold under
Yeah.
those circumstances.
And like there are some banger battle and boss themes in this game because that's what he's good at, because that's when you get the hard EDM stuff. And then
Yeah,
like
because it's
the
like Cyber Sleuth is so like on that.
yes, it
Like
does like the
level.
whole
Yeah.
vibe. But
Like I open
this
up
game
Uh
the
me
main menu for Cyber Sleuth and I'm like, fuck yes.
Granted, there are some like I love the normal central town like music.
Yeah.
I think that's really great. Um, I like the Abyss area theme, and that's kind of the only two. I can no, I think the best suited one actually is like the post time skip Factorial area theme.
Yes, that one is great. I love that one.
That that one clearly fits his vibe the most. That's about the only three like that I can remember. Any song that plays in the real world has completely left my brain. Like
Yeah.
did not stick.
Yeah, not at all.
Yeah.
Which, a shame, but that's what happens. There had to be something about this game that wasn't the best. And
Yeah,
soundtrack is unfortunately it. Even if I do, it's like it's not even bad. Like I like it.
it's a
It's
good
just
soundtrack.
yeah.
It's just not. It's just like
Cyber Sleuth set a bar, and
it, yeah.
unfortunate. But what can you do?
Yeah.
Mm.
If we're talking about general like aesthetic slash just presentational things, like you mentioned it a little bit, but just I think the actual like beyond even the environments, the actual shining star of this game's presentation are the Digimon models and their attack animation specifically.
Yeah.
Dude.
You can
Oh,
tell
they're so
a
pretty.
lot of dev time went into that specifically.
And they were correct for it. Like, holy, every single dude in this game is just beautifully animated. The victory screen animations are incredible. The attack animations are incredible. The models are they literally do not ever need to update these models again. They can use them for the rest of time,
Yeah.
and it is
Hey, this is all they
fine.
need. They already nailed it.
Yep.
Yeah, you would literally just need to like when we get to like fucking 16K fucking 50,000 teraflops, like you might need to upskill it a little bit, but like
Yeah.
in terms of the
This is all you
core
need.
model quality and like animations, like we're good. Like
Yeah.
you can just keep these
Like,
forever.
like the only thing is like okay, like as time goes on, you brush up the textures a little bit, and as systems get ready to support like higher resolution stuff, you get better particle effects, maybe tweak some stuff to make it even better looking, and great. Now we no longer have to worry about any Digimon being cut from any game ever again.
You no longer have to animate Greymon. It's fine. You don't have to model him anymore. You can keep this one, please.
Gently resting my hand on their shoulders. It's okay. You can put new guys in the game now. You did it. It's okay.
Now you
I
can
guess
put
that
Gamamon and Geckomon in.
No, I'm
I guess
sorry.
that I
We're
get
cutting.
I
We're
get
cutting 200 Digimon. We gotta animate Greymon again.
I guess this does slide into one of my actual complaints about the game, which is as some like, and I get it, you know, like this game started dev 8 years ago. A lot of the modern guys were just too late to be added in.
Yeah.
Fine, even by those standards, there are just the roster. It just feels like it's missing like parts.
Yeah, there are glaring omissions for sure. Like
Um,
no crosswords dudes whatsoever. That is
yeah, just
exactly it's Shoutmon, Omni Shoutmon. That's all you fucking get.
which is insane because I'm not remembering this wrong, right? Like Next Order had Gumdramon in it.
I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure it did.
Fucking, you just take that model, like make it a little bit pretty, and that's it.
I like even if you don't want to add all the fucking like you know the cross fusion shit, which I fucking get. That seems like a nightmare to have to implement. Like I get it, but like none of the Blue Flare Greymon stuff, none of the Nightmon stuff, like no Bagramon, no Gumdramon. Like at
It's
least just
yeah,
adding in Gumdramon and Arrestor Dramon like should have been fine.
genuinely insane.
I know a bunch of people like, you know, like this one affects us less, but I do know people who are like pretty disappointed that it's like we are still missing a lot of frontier like spirits guys.
Hmm.
Um yeah, just like I think a lot of Devas aren't in this game either. None of the sovereigns are either.
Which
It's
is
Like
weird.
yeah,
yeah,
because
Like
they're
that's
in
adventure. Like some of
Survive.
those adventure stuff. Just snag them.
Yeah.
yeah.
Like I guess like the trade-off is we did get some super wild picks in this one. Like truly bizarre things. Like fucking Mega Camamon? Huh?
Yeah.
Who the fuck was asking for him? Like awesome. I'm glad he's in the game. That's super cool. Like I this is me being
There's
like I don't particularly like Frontier or Cross Wars type thing. I would rather have those weird picks than go out of their way to make like the more awkward inclusions like the Cross War stuff. Gumdramon and the rest of Dramon are just like, come on, guys, are you fucking kidding me? Like, come on.
yeah. I this like and again this one isn't exactly fair because it just like this is just like realities of game dev versus like you know things have
Yeah.
to keep moving, but it is like this game does kind of sit in an unfortunate spot where it's like through the past like 10-ish years we got a lot of just really good like some of the best new guys we've ever seen, and it just like it does just feel like man there's so many guys here I would have loved to have seen.
Yep. Um. So, let me grab something real quick. All right. So, specifically in regards to new guys not being in, there was an interview with producer Hara recently.
Oh
Oh
yeah.
boy.
And in
Just
that
the
interview, in that interview, he stated that he understands there is a demand, like they know that people want the new guys in. They understand that like things like Gamamon could have been added, like as a DLC pack. They couldn't have done it in base game because again, 8 years of dev time. Ghost game was like 4 years out by the time the shit started dev. They understand. The team understands, and the higher ups understand The excuse he gives for them not adding them is, well, if we added the Gamamon line, it would be like an entire pack by itself. And A,
Good.
fuck you. Good? Like, B,
Yeah,
just make more guys for a single pack.
it's like for how much you're like I understand these models are taking a lot. You're charging like $12 for 5 guys. Like you could put more guys in for $12. I'm fucking sorry. Like
Especially when half of them are fucking Omegamon variants. Like, come the fuck on,
yeah.
be for real.
Wait,
Al-
no,
also,
collect all my
you
Megamon.
also yeah, you literally made like actually like almost half this DLC pass is like either Omegamon or Omegamon components. Like
It's like,
come on.
oh, it's so frustrating. Like, you get shit like in the first DLC pack, which I don't give a shit about. Like, you get, like, okay, cool, yes, Alter S is very cool. I love Blitzgreymon, Crescarurumon, very cool alternatives. I would have sacrificed them to the devil if it meant we got a fucking Gamamon pack. You pieces of shit.
It's also really funny because a lot of the responses I saw to like, well, yeah, we would have to make an entire Gamamon pack would be like most of the responses I saw was, I would have fucking loved an entire Gamamon pack. That sounds awesome. I'd be down.
Exactly.
I think the thing is like with all the Omnimons is like they have the skeleton for that build already, which is a shitty excuse. I'm
Yeah.
not excusing them for that. But also in my head, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I also, sorry to interrupt. I just like it's on the similar thought as that. Like I think a lot of the rationale is like if you're playing this DLC, you've probably already beaten the game, so they mostly want to focus on adding like Mega or Mega Plus level Digimon in, just so like those would be guys like the entire DLC pack could be guys people at that point would conceivably use.
Right. My other point being, like, putting a full line in as a DLC could actually be sick as hell because you could make that Digimon before you even unlock the line, like, a guest, and, like, go through the DLC and gradually unlock the evolutions. Like, you see, this, baby Gamamon grow up into a big boy.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you can center the entire plot around the fact that it is an entire line you're adding. Like, and the other thing was like, well, yeah, we could have added all the megas like DR-Bit, Amphimon, Siriusmon, and stuff, but like then we'd have to awkwardly work them into evolution lines, and we just don't think the fans would have liked that. Fuck you! Yes, we would have. What are you fucking talking about?
You already have to do this with most Digimon in this game. Like, what are you
What the-
talking about?
Like, what? Huh? Like, yeah, it's just like Mediduke has one perfect level, and it's Mistymon. That's not even the one you use in the official material, you bastards! Like,
You cannot take a Muchamon into Mediduke in this game because you have to use Mistymon, which is fucking Dynamon's canonical perfect level. Like huh?
I get the logic there, but and yeah, like Liberator's way too new. They wouldn't have known. But still, like
Look, if it makes you feel any better, Lot, open up your hand.
okay.
Uh-oh.
All right, here's Omnimon Merciful Mode.
I fucking I'll kill you.
I don't want this one. What the fuck?
I don't want this.
Okay. Alter S.
Yay!
Slightly better, but I still would have just liked to have Siriusmon.
Oh, you can't fucking get anything with this dude.
Fine, thwart defeat. Happy now?
I don't even
Yep.
I don't even care about this one.
All right, cool. You're waiting 20 years for the next Digimon game.
God,
Fuck you.
fuck you.
All right, fine. Omegamon X Antibody. that pack hasn't been
15 years.
announced yet.
We're 15 years.
Yeah, we know the X antibody, which is like actually like I think is sick as fuck because that's going to be the first X
Yes.
antibody integration in the story series. So that's
So-
actually very exciting.
As much as everyone is bitching about one of the packs being Royal Knight masturbatory material, X antibodies are very cool, and we need to have them in mainline games. This is the entryway to that point. Let them do it. It's okay. They're using the coolest guys to introduce people to X antibodies. Let them do it. Shut up. We're getting a Boncho pack. Do you understand? That is more than we ever could have expected. I'm not saying be grateful for getting scraps, but I'm saying this is better than we could have expected. We can at least be happy about it. Like,
Yeah.
this very much comes off as me going to bat for the mega corporation. I'm not. Fuck them for making the DLC packs the way they are. But still,
Yeah, the DLC practices are pretty bad, I will say. Like,
they're giving
Nobody
me
told them
Bancho
to fucking
Lilymon.
make 5.
Like, they're giving me Bancho Lilymon. I'm gonna forgive them. I'm sorry. I'm an easy bitch.
all I can say about that part is that, yeah, no, of course you're not introducing you to X antibodies by giving you fucking Anomalakarimon X antibody. Like, they're gonna give it to you with Omnimon and Gallonmon. Like, I'm fucking sorry. Like,
There was never any reality in which that was not the case. Like, honestly, even if we didn't live in the universe where that was always going to be the case no matter what, it probably is the best way for them to go about it regardless. Like, no one is going to look at fucking, I don't know, I can't even think of an X antibody that's not one of the cooler ones. That's how dire the situation is. Like, I don't know, maybe they could have used like fucking, I literally can't think of one that's not. I'm trying to think of like an ultimate level, not like a rookie, because I was gonna say Betamon X, but fucking, you know,
They should add Madoki Betamon.
they should have a Madoki Betamon.
Oh, sorry, no, they already put Madoki Betamon in the game. We need to put Betamon.
Only a
you
fucking
do know the
idiot.
difference, right?
Yeah, of course. Everyone here knows the difference.
Yeah, who
Yeah,
wouldn't? Like, come
everyone
on.
knows the difference.
All of our viewers know the difference too. They're not that stupid.
This Betamon shit is probably our worst bit, but also the best one.
It's incomprehensible. It is so bad.
It's a poorly machine translated web novel that nobody has read.
Like I haven't even fully read it, but I read the first chapter, which is when they do this shit. And also, like, that's not even what happens. He literally just asks him if he knows the difference. We keep adding the bit where we insult the shit out of people who couldn't recognize the difference. Oh my god. Anyway, back to Time Stranger, which is one of the best games ever made.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, we got really distracted there talking about business practices in the DLC, which isn't even fucking out yet. Let's talk about roster, because that is how we got on this discussion, like at larger like scale roster stuff.
Yeah.
All the new stuff they added was very no duh, like Olympus 12 members or like pre-evolutions for Olympus 12 stuff,
Yeah.
or truly out there and inspired picks. Things like Anomalakarimon. What the fuck is he doing here?
Sure, he missed.
Just chilling.
So, I mean, the reason is because they look, pickings for Marine Digimon are like slim. They needed to be like they needed to be like, what fucking Marine Digimon do we have that are in any way recognizable? Anomalakarimon was in Adventure. Put him in there. Fuck it. We can put him in there. They made
I like how much play Shellmon God.
it's oh dude. I
And
cannot-
Divamon.
Yeah, and fucking Hongyamon. Like, I cannot believe that after playing Time Stranger, I have an appreciation for Shellmon, which shouldn't be a thing that I have. If you told me 3 months ago, you're gonna kind of like Shellmon after you play Time Stranger, I would have beat you to death on the spot, because how fucking dare you suggest I could ever like Shellmon?
It's not even
Jesus.
just that. You're gonna like Shellmon and you're gonna like her being in a het relationship.
It's fucked up. They made me care about a heterosexual relationship. They can't do that. That's unfair.
That's not fair.
It's not fair. Speaking of, I made a post about this morning, and it's really funny because it's directly related to the het relationship. Did you know, like, they give you, the player, the ability to flirt with exactly 2 members of the Olympus 12, and it's not the ones you think it is?
And it's also really funny when it happens.
It's so funny, because one of them is you attempting to be a homewrecker, and the other one is you talking to a brick fucking wall.
Yeah, I don't think either does are working out, buddy. Like,
No, the second one will. I believe it will. We'll talk about it later. There are hints. Trust me. Trust me, okay?
oh god.
And then Poseidomon's just like, what? No.
Yeah, just like, no,
You-
it's not
and
for
then
you.
And then you keep going, but you really like me, right? And he keeps going, no, stop. I'm not talking about you.
He's so funny.
To be fair, you are trying to compare. You are trying to step in on the turf of fucking Venusmon. Like, have you looked at her? You're not beating that. Come on, be real with
She is
yourself for like a
literally
second here.
They modeled that ass for a reason.
she is
That's
like
true.
the breasting boobily Digimon.
And it's awesome because she's one of the best Digimon you can have in your party. She is literally the meta Digimon. If you want to like do content, she is the best healer ever. It's crazy. You get to
Uh,
put breasting boobily in your party and just be like, I promise it's meta, and you're not lying. You're like half lying because it
th-
also is the breasting boobily part, but
this is the video game equivalent to I read Playboy for the articles type of shit. Like,
I mean, to be fair,
um,
I didn't use Venusmon in my party. I had a different breasting boobily Digimon. I had two of them. I had two in my party.
oh yeah, I guess like yeah, no, like Bielstarmon's first appearance in a big mainline Digimon thing, which
Crazy.
man, based on the massive uptick in art I've seen, that one paid off pretty well, I would say.
I think Beelstarmon has gotten more art in the past 2 months than most Digimon have in their fucking lifetime.
And they should keep it up.
They should keep it up. Thank you for
They
your
should
fucking
keep it up.
service. Now, speaking of like Beelstarmon specifically, and again, gripe I have with this game. Hey Bandai, why can't I ride any of the fully evolved like femme presenting Digimon? What the fuck is up with that?
Yeah, get that one.
Venusmon, no. Beelstarmon, no. None of them. Rosemon, no.
Literally like every Royal Knight.
Yeah, you can hop.
Not all of them.
Yeah,
There's a couple like they were not figuring out how the fuck you were sitting on Jessamon, for instance.
yeah.
Like,
Even his hands are too spiky for him to carry you like
It
that.
would be kind of funny if he just like picked you up with his tail, like like
oh, that would have been cute. Yeah.
Ride it like a surfboard. The only fully evolved femme presenting Digimon that you can Digiride with is Ceresmon, but only in the giant rock bird form. Because, duh. The only
Do
femme
we
presenting Digimon you can ride at all is Witchmon because you get on her broom.
do we want to talk about Sarismon?
I will hold that off for a bit.
Yeah, that's a whole different
Okay.
discussion, which I have a bit of a unique take on because I'm not as I'm in a different camp when it comes to Sarismon.
Uh-huh.
But like for actual reasons.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to think of like other cooler. I think Mediduke is actually like
Yes.
like
Ooh.
he's been around, but it was still such a crazy cool thing to actually see him like
Yeah.
be in the game like this.
Especially because like he only has started getting more stuff recently because of Liberator. Like his inclusion in this game would have been long before Liberator. The only thing I can imagine is like Liberator obviously has been planned for a while. So I'm assuming they told the dev team like, "Hey, Mediduke is going to be like kind of a big deal in Liberator. Put him in Times Ranger." Which might explain like I do think he was probably a very late addition, which explains why he has one perfect.
He also is like no actual like story or overworld appearances like at all. Like he
Yeah.
definitely feels like one of the last added Digimon in the game.
Mm-hmm. Like almost for sure.
Other one that I'm actually like, it makes like, of course he's in, but like, it feels really nice to actually see Grace Novamon like make a big fucking appearance in a like mainline Digimon thing like
cool.
this.
So like when the game was announced and they were just like, yes, it's an Olympus 12 game, immediately everyone who knows is saying, okay, so how are they going to handle Grace Nova? Because like you're doing an Olympus 12 game, Grace Nova is going to show up. It'd be insane if it didn't. The
But
way
like
they decide
also
to
for
handle
those who,
it.
but also like yeah, because for those who don't know, Grace Novamon is Tegan Toppa Gurren Lagann. Like
Quite literally, like the representation of a galaxy. That is what their data is. It's like because like Apollomon is the sun, Dianamon is the moon, so they smash together and fuse, and you get a fucking like galactic supernova out of it, and that is Grace Novamon. And again, like this is we can talk more about power scaling shit because oh man, I love power scaling Digimon stuff. Grace Novamon is a solve the problem button no matter what you are doing. Like we are talking a top 10 guys in the power hierarchy type of shit is this dude.
Yeah.
And you know what? When Grace Novamon shows up, yeah, they solve the fucking problem a little bit.
Not entirely. Like they did make it so that like, you don't just like, but like, yeah, no, they found a very appropriate spot to put Grace Novamon in, which is appreciated.
Yeah, and like
And the scene is cool as hell.
oh, it's so fucking cool. And like the incorporation into the story, it makes sense why it's only one time and it is only very briefly. And they use it to get rid of the walking nuclear weapon. So, kind of a big
Yeah.
deal. It very good. Probably the best implementation they could have ever done for this type of game without it being just like, really? It just like
Yeah.
When you're talking about dudes at that level, you have to be very careful how you implement them into the actual plot of your game.
I'm trying to think of because there's just admittedly like a lot of this roster is guys you are familiar with.
Yeah.
So there is, I guess, what like two things about the roster, and I think we have pretty much covered it. One is like I do. This is a very minor complaint. Like this barely would register as like a 0.001 point on like docking any kind of imaginary like score off of this.
Mm-hmm.
I do think one of the things that like having so many old guys like kind of hampers a bit is like obviously this is like the first time that we explore a digital server like Iliad, and it's not like there's no reason to not also for it not it's not like there isn't a reason for it to have a bunch of old guys here, but like exploring so like this new Digimon server and so many Digimon being exactly the guys you'd expect to see on the Yggdrasil server, like
Yeah.
again, not a huge problem, but it does like I feel like a bit more new than old would have like I think really given that like Iliad a better distinction from the OG server.
Yeah. And God, there's the fact that it's the Iliad server, especially, just like because like all the top guys are very much this dude has never been like important before. Like, I mean, yeah, Titamon was in previous games, but like he wasn't like in previous games. Titamon is
He was
like
in the
a
roster.
guy, yeah.
Yeah.
And oh god, there's so much. There's just so much to talk about with this fucking game, and we haven't even gotten to the story yet, which is going to be probably the longest section of this conversation.
Yeah.
'Cause holy fuck, is there a
So
lot.
to get the last roster thing out of the way, this game actually does introduce a couple, not a ton. There's not a whole lot of new Digimon in this one, but it does introduce like a few here and there.
There's about 70, I think, new guys to the games.
I think so, yeah. But like,
Yeah.
no, I mean just like new Digimon, like for the franchise.
Yeah,
like,
there's 3, 4 technically, I guess.
I guess there's Skull Siegemon, which they revealed early.
Mhm.
I really like this one actually.
Yes.
The Skull Greymon take on Siegemon actually really works. I think this is my favorite Siegemon design now.
Yeah, I think it's even topped Giga for me. It's so cool looking.
There's Sharkmon, which is kind of fucking wild that it took us this long to get a Sharkmon, but like,
Very much so.
he's
Yeah.
really neat.
Yeah.
There is
Oh no, there's 6
I guess
new guys.
there's
7? There's a lot of
so,
new guys.
who,
Wait, no, is
who
Blimpmon
else
new?
is
No, sorry, Master Blimpmon is new. but
Master
yeah.
Blimmon. Yeah, Master Blimmon. Not much to say on that. It's just this big Blimmon.
Yeah.
Big baby.
Mamba is shiny.
Yeah, bit more
Yeah.
chromed out. Enbarmon is new.
And Barmon is new. Really cool design, and obviously, the reason he was added in was because of his fusion in quotes, big air quotes, with Craniamon to make Craniamon plus Enbarmon.
Yeah, they've done this thing where rather than having actual DNA digivolutions, they're just like, what if one guy just like mounted another and they just like fought together as a
Yeah?
unit? Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
dude.
you know.
Yeah, yo.
I
What
mean,
if one
well,
guy
Uh,
docked on the
so yeah, it's a new form for a royal knight. Technically, he's just riding the fucking horse, but like like it counts kind of.
and it's cool as fuck, and also gives Craniumon like a unique thing, which
Yeah, it
is
gives it more of a thing.
which is something this game did a lot of. Oh my god, did this game ever be like, okay, these old guys that were cool but had literally nothing in particular about them, we're gonna give them a thing.
Yeah.
Fuck, did it ever do that? And the other like proper wholly new guy, because there's a couple new forms and shit, was Great Grismon.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
they
yeah. The Bearmont stuff. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they gave Bearmon a proper perfect level to lead into both of its potential ultimate evolutions. And it looks really good. It's cool as hell.
Yeah, it's neat as fuck. Love it, like it a lot.
So, okay, since we're talking about roster and we just brought up Bearmon, I've got a word or two to say about some.
Yeah, this one. All right.
Okay, so when I was a young little thing, aged like 6 or so, that's when I initially played it, I played a little game called Digimon World 3. It is to this day one of my top 5 games of all time because it literally shaped my taste in like RPGs and Digimon as a whole. It introduced me to the franchise. It shaped the way I like things to be. There were 3 new Digimon introduced, kind of new. No, yeah, new. Sorry, I was thinking Guilmon, but that's not true. It was like right before Tamers started, or like during Tamers' run. There were 3 brand new Digimon introduced in Digimon World 3. Those 3 Digimon were Kotamon, Kumamon, or Bearmon. I forget which is the English one because it's weird. Um, and a third guy named Monmon, who is an adorable little green monkey. In Digimon Story Time Stranger, they gave Kotamon a proper line because it never really had one. Because fucking, like, in Digimon World 3, it goes Kotamon, Dynahuman, Kyukimon, which is a disgusting pink flesh weasel with scythe arms. Disgusting. Hate it. That shit's just gone. They don't. And then the final one was Slash Angemon, which is still its canonical ultimate. In this game, I think the canonical perfect they've shifted to being what the fuck is the canonical ultimate in this case? They like
I have no
really
idea.
yeah, it might be Mushamon.
I think it might be Mushamon. Yeah.
But yeah, so like they gave it like a proper like a line. They gave it a little bit of love, and it's also in a game for the first time since it like fucking came out, especially like Dynahuman and shit. Kumamon is a major story NPC who spoilers literally becomes Marsmon. One of the 2 blowjob brothers does anyway. So they gave it like a full line. It's Kumamon, Grismon, Great Grismon, and then either Calismon or Marsmon is like the canonical Kumamon lines now.
Yeah.
Monmon, my favorite of the 3, my adorable little green monkey, isn't even in the fucking game. Bandai, where is he? Where is my son? Well, like what the fuck? Are you serious? You have a little monkey and you have done nothing with it. You know what its only other appearance has been? A fucking one-off episode of Ghost Game. What the fuck?
Look. We needed to model the entire Greymon line for the 50th time, all right?
My monkey.
Look. Here's Blitz Greymon. Shut the fuck up.
My monkey. But my monkey. He's got a little slingshot. He's wearing a little caveman thing. He becomes Hookmon, who's like a pirate with like a little gun and a hook. It's cool as hell. They'd probably change that, but like I kind of really like that as the champion stage. Keep that one. The perfect and the ultimate you gotta change because the fucking Assaultmon and Cannondramon, really, fucking really. But like it's so it made me sad. Because like I was expecting it, because they prominently showed the fact that like Kumamon was in here and was like a character, and that Dynahuman was back in the game, because that was like Dynahuman hasn't been in shit since World 3. And I was like, they're doing Digimon World 3 Love. There's gonna be Mon, and then he just wasn't in the game, and I got really sad. Like I actually got sad about it, but that's my little soapbox. Bring him back, please, please. Did anyone want to pick up
But
the cover? Like,
anyway,
yeah.
I don't know where you want to go with that. Like past that,
Well, that was it. I was saying to someone else. Let's move on.
there was no good transition to like a next thing out of that. Like,
I know.
How
I
do we
was,
transition from monkey?
that's actually a good question. I mean,
Usually,
we could,
like bipedal, like evolution. You know.
yeah, like we usually start get up and start walking, and it's like a big fucking mistake.
All right, assholes. We get.
Listen, don't ask
anyone, re-
questions. I want to know the answer
anyone,
to.
rem- anyone remember the NPC where there's like the guy whose like DNA was made from two monkeys who's like a super genius or something? What the
Oh
fuck
my
was that
god!
about?
Yeah, there was a whole side quest. What?
Oh,
What the fuck was any of that about? Like,
Dude, there are some fucking insane side quests in this game. Like the dude who was who's like genetically a monkey, and like the whole side quest is like, yeah, dude, you're like a monkey, and because of that, you're gonna revert to a monkey in a couple years and die. You're just like gonna die, kind of. And so, like, you do this pre-time skip, and then post-time skip, he's alive and well, and became like a fucking super prominent doctor so that he wouldn't turn into a monkey, and researched his own shit and wound up being like really important in like medical research. It's
insane
it's
side quest.
insane. Then there's the one about the dude who gets sent back in time accidentally to meet his wife and become successful, but it was actually like a ploy, and it wasn't him, and it was like a faker being him to engineer himself meeting a millennium.
yeah, no, it was,
Fucking
that was like no. What happened was he meets his like so he's the only other guy seemingly who gets flipped through a time portal when the whole like time skip happens, and a Millenniumon because he's Millenniumon and he has weirdo time powers that are never ever fucking defined ever, but whatever.
yeah.
Like sees that and goes, it'd be really funny to fuck with this guy. Like it'd be super funny to fuck with this guy. So he sends him for like, for forward 8 years. He meets his future self who's super successful. He assumes that his success is just like predetermined, so he wastes his life. He's now a loser. And then his past self meets his future loser self somehow because Millennium flung him forward again. And seeing him be such a loser put him back on the path to being successful because he
Mhm.
don't want to be turning out like that.
And there's this whole like side thing with his wife and the girl that we are like roping into this scheme to be like, you gotta pretend to be this dude's wife. I know you haven't spoken to him in 8 years, but it's really important that you do this. And her response is, believe it, like justifiably, ew, no. Fuck, dude.
Yeah.
There's a lot of side like we don't have the time to
No.
go into most side quests individually, so I think it's best if we do just a couple of kind of spark notey things with it. Most blatantly, I think at this point, like among people who have finished the game infamously, is the way that they have paced out side quests is fucking bonkers. What the hell?
And it's like the way they paced it out is completely insane. However, when you play the game and see how it happens, you're just like, okay, no, I get why they did that. Because like the first half of the game, you're getting side quests. Every major story event, you'll get like one or two side quests to go do in the meantime, usually involving NPCs that were in the area you just finished. And then the time skip happens, and you get like maybe one or two side quests post time skip, and then there's nothing. And then you get to the point where you're right about to start the final gauntlet leading up to the final boss. And the game dumps 15 side quests on you. And then you do one of them, and 3 more show up. And you do one of those, and another 2 show up.
I mean, I feel like it's
Eat all your eggs.
70% of the game side quests literally are given to you between like getting to the final dungeon and the final boss.
This is also only at this point are you given the freedom to flip back and forth between like 8 years in the past and the present, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel
And
like
Mhm.
mhm,
I feel like for these specific side quests, it's important to talk about the context in which we get them and also like why we are able to time travel because I like and the people we meet that makes these side quests pop up in the first place.
Well, that's the thing is like so like what I meant by understanding why it's done this way is because a like Bridget said, you get the ability to time travel freely at this point because the mid A and the in between theater is just like, oh yeah, by the way, like things are kind of settled. You can just kind of use this to jump back and forth to any point that you ever entered the theater, which is like cool. It's like because the in between theater exists out of the flow of time. So when you're inside it, you can exit to at any point it like you interacted with it. So any of the doors, basically throughout the game, which is super cool. Love that, by the way. And the reason you get so many at this exact point is A, because of that, and B, because if at any point in the previous 10 to like 15 hours of gameplay, side quests had popped up, it would have been such an insane pace breaker. Because,
Specifically these side quests.
yeah, because the previous 15 hours of game are such non-stop gas. It is absurd. Just like the fucking like insane decision that makes sense when it actually happens and you're just like, okay. I
yeah.
am now understanding
Um,
why.
It was only like the reasonable spot to put them in.
Yeah.
yeah. There's a thing we can talk about in this game's pacing, like when we actually discuss the story, but that's
Mm,
um, but also like people have run into this as like an issue, which I do kind of get because this game can be very context sensitive to like both the time and the world you are in, like between like normal and digital world. Sometimes like if you don't do a side quest, you are not seeing that shit for the rest of the fucking game.
yeah. Which
Yeah.
to be fair to the game rather than the people complaining about it, it warns you. It super warns you. Like
Yeah,
it's like you can miss side quests, you will be able to do them later, so don't like super worry if you miss them, but you can miss them. And like I think it even says like some of them are urgent. Maybe do them when you get them.
I think the
because some of them will literally explain like story details, which is really funny. Like
Yeah.
side quest friends are the only reason you actually figure out where the fuck Lunamon and like Coronamon went to, like between like 8 years ago and now.
Yeah. It's which hilarious by the way because they're just like, well, everyone else got big and strong and I want to be big and strong. I'm going to go train at the edge of the fucking universe.
Go find me a fridge.
I need a fridge so that Blimpmon can handle going to the cosmic heat zone.
God.
It's so funny. It's so fucking funny.
Yeah, you have really important ones like a lot of the Olympus 12 ones are like the ones like the Bearmon brothers and stuff. A lot of
Yeah.
ones that are just like kind of funny about the like a bunch of the NPCs around and stuff. And among the end game ones that I of course have to mention are the fucking Royal Knight like
Dude.
side quest chain,
Holy shit.
which so a big thing for this game was characterizing the Olympus 12, and they did that really well. Again, the thing we'll talk about later. But as a result of that, I feel like the devs felt a little bad of like how kind of raw of a deal you actually like have with the Royal Knights specifically as a group. So they decided to put a little bit of that energy into the Knights for a like particular side quest chain, and as a result, the Royal Knights are the biggest group of fucking losers, nerds, and dorks I've ever seen in my life. Oh my god, this is the fucking characterization they landed on.
They
It
are
rocks.
so fucking funny. Like every time I was doing one of those quests, I was like, surely this one will be like a proper dude, right? And it's like, no. No, they all suck so bad at their job. It's kind of insane. Like so like how it all starts, and this is like side quest stuff, so it's like fine, is like Yggdrasil is like, hey, by the way, I brought the Royal Knights with me to help. I don't know where they are. Can you go find them? And like at first it's like, bitch, why don't you just go find them yourself? And then you start talking to them, and it becomes very obvious, like, oh, she just didn't want to deal with them.
No.
Like she just did not want to deal with these fucking guys because they're super annoying.
Looking forward to when I eventually do that, because I didn't do that during my playthroughs at all.
Oh my god.
No,
that's
which
so-
made it that scene really fucking weird.
Oh god, we got it. Yeah. So there's a scene at the end. Like we'll talk more about this when we go through the like
Yeah,
proper plot.
when-
There's a
when we
scene at
get
the end of the
there.
game that a bunch of people got really upset over, and I think those people are weird
wait.
for.
Bitches.
Sorry,
We're
I
not-
got
we're not-
interrupted a bit. What
I
were you?
know. We're just mentioning that scene at the end of the game. We're not talking about it in depth. I was just saying
Oh.
prior to that
Oh,
the
yeah.
Royal Knights are the total fucking losers, and the reason Yggdrasil hires you to do it is because she doesn't want to fucking deal with them.
Yeah. And yeah, the scene at the end. You know, want to know a funny thing I found out about that scene at the end?
Oh, I'm assuming. So Yuki just revealed that they did not do any of the Royal Knight side quests, so we can wait to talk
Nope.
about it until then, because I know what you're gonna mention.
Okay. Yeah.
As I think
Um,
during that
mhm.
part of my stream, I was like 12 hours in, and I was just like, nah, I want to go to bed. Let me just eat. I don't want to. I don't want to eat my eggs, man. And the same
I'm
thing
sorry,
happened.
I'll-
And the same thing happened on my recent playthrough. It was just, man, we're probably not going to talk about it that much in the podcast. Let me just finish this
Oh.
shit up.
It was
You-
Royal Knights content. You could have predicted this one. I'm here. Like,
I was tired and stupid both times. All right.
I think it's really funny that we're just like, yeah, like obviously we're gonna be talking about the Royal Knights for a good while. Bro, we are gonna be talking about the Olympus 12 for like an hour.
Yeah.
Oh my
well, yeah,
god.
but let me have my thing.
Of course. Like, don't worry, folks at home. The reason we're holding off on talking about all like the big points of the game itself is because we're gonna be talking about them a lot.
This is literally like we're getting the thoughts on everything else out of the way, so that then when we start, we basically can go uninterrupted about it.
Yeah.
Much like the story progression.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I have to do like this is my bit, so I have to do particular highlights of this one include obviously Digimon just challenging random people on the street for fights in the name of chivalry.
Yep.
I like that Dukemon seems to be the only actual like proper just normal, like, you know, he still does the chivalry bit, but like he's like normal about it.
Yeah.
He's just a nice guy.
But he's like, my shield. Fucking.
Ulfor's Vidramon being that fucking like no, it's okay, I don't want to get in the way type of guy,
It's
like
so
constantly
funny.
in his thing.
Oh,
Jessmon, who doesn't know how to order ramen properly.
because he's a fucking child.
He's a fucking baby, and he acts like a baby throughout the entire quest. It's awesome. Magnamon just also kind of still being a baby and like having a really big sweet tooth. Examon apparently really likes it when people actually when people compliment him on his size.
It's so fucking funny.
That's
like,
my boy.
it's-
Love ourselves a size queen.
like
Yeah,
to like
you go.
Examon would watch the fucking video of the guy being like, dude, you look huge, and be like, thanks. Thank you for
Thanks.
noticing.
I really like Leopardmon rampaging in the forest because he's so fucking fed up with everyone else. He's just like, no one fucking appreciates me.
It like because like Leopardmon had always allegedly been the tactics one in the Royal Knights, but because he's not in anything, we didn't really ever see that. So instead, like, and rather than like showing them being the tactics one, instead we get everyone else being a dipshit and Leopardmon being like, I can't fucking stand these assholes.
The most we get it is in like Cyber Sleuth, probably. But
Yeah, probably.
yeah. And then he finds like his reason to fight again because he really likes the way Shogun Gekamon sings.
Yep. God.
And my absolute favorite one, of course, being uh Dynasmon and Lord Ninemon just being a 30-year-old married couple who are just bickering constantly to the point where when you unlock them and Slapemon goes, Can you help? They keep yelling at each other and it's really annoying."
You've literally called over to resolve a fucking domestic, and you can side with either of them.
The yaoi content in that side quest goes fucking crazy, dude. It's
It,
insane.
like, it might sound like she is exaggerating. They literally act like a married couple. That is just what they are portrayed as. It's insane.
Even the way the quest to get Lord Ninemon back is initiated by Dynasmon being worried about Lord Ninemon.
Literally asking, "Where is my boyfriend? Why isn't he here?" Fucking just absolutely fucking insane.
So that's I would say that that's probably the most notable side quest chain in the game. Like there's like the big chains, and it's
Oh
like,
yeah.
man, like I didn't really expect to get shit because this is the Olympus 12 game, but like as someone who like is always kind of starving for more content of the Royal Knights actually acting like a group, thanks. Appreciate
Yeah.
this one, guys.
Yeah. And like all the Olympus 12 have their own side quests too, like that you unlock around the same time. Where like but they're like one-on-one quests. It's not like a group quest thing. It's just like you're
Yeah.
spending time with each member and getting to know a little more about them, which is
Yeah.
really nice, especially in one case. Uh, but we can probably move on to like the actual plot at this point because we've been going for about an hour 40 and have not touched it at all.
I guess like the only other thing I could even conceive of is like the gameplay, like the actual combat mechanics and stuff.
Oh my god, we haven't talked about the actual like
Oh, we
fucking
haven't touched that.
gameplay
The
of this
part where you
video
play the
game.
fucking video game.
I I didn't even think about that. Yeah, because it's
It's
like really
a
good
good video
too.
game, and you have to believe us.
Yeah, but like mechanically, this game is just so good. Oh god, everything in this game feels so good to just do. This game is just so smooth to play. It's phenomenal. There are some
And
like obviously there are some like hiccup points, like very specifically with me because I'm someone who completed the entire field guide. You can't view Digivolution requirements while they are in the farm and you're attempting to set up what kind of training they're doing. You have to take them out of the farm and look at it in your menu and then put them back in. And as someone with
yeah,
crippling ADHD, that became a problem for me.
I literally had like a desktop sticky note with like the stat
Yeah.
requirements I had to meet.
I this is really funny because I also literally on my phone, like for the all the guys I wanted to use, I kept like a little notepad thing where like I just had all their names and like what personality they needed to be for their final stages, just
Hmm.
on me at all times so I could like answer the questions properly and shit.
Yeah. And it's just like, on one hand, that is some classic gaming, having to keep notes outside of the game itself in order to remember certain things. On the other hand, we live in the modern day. You could have just put a button on the farm menu that showed Digivolution requirements for the guy you're currently highlighting.
yeah,
Like
like
it would have
you
been
know,
really easy to do that.
you know how many times I have to take on my Greymon just to check. Oh, hey, how do I get him to fucking Black War Greymon eventually?
Yeah, like the
I had to keep taking him out and putting him back in because my ADHD is bad, and I immediately forgot 2 seconds after taking him back out.
So the farm, like gameplay wise, is another kind of sticking point for certain people because like in Cyber Sleuth, the farm worked entirely differently. Like your guys would be in there gaining levels and passively gaining stats depending on what like main thing you had. It said like your leader or something. While in this game, individual Digimon are put into training like sets that train a very specific stat and only that stat, and also can affect their personality depending on which version of the training set you give them.
It's
And it's all
much easier to
passive.
actually game the system in the Stranger one.
Yes, especially
You
because
also
you can just.
gather items.
Oh yeah, I literally never did it, so I forgot you could do that.
Yeah.
Well, no, they just do it passively, like as they're
Oh
in the
yeah,
farm.
they gather like materials, which is useful because crafting new like farm sets and like items and equipment requires materials. So actually, a good thing that they do that as a
I
passive.
also training or the farm in Cyber Sleuth is a little bit more overpowered if you're specifically playing on Switch
Yeah,
because
yeah,
it doesn't stop the timers when you go into sleep mode, so you can just like leave them there forever and they gain a million levels,
yeah,
which is different than Time Stranger because they don't gain levels in the farm in this
yeah.
iteration.
Yeah, so in
Yeah.
Time Stranger, every single one of your Digimon that you have at all is always gaining full experience, which good thing. Good thing? That is objectively a good thing. Anyone who argues against that, fuck you, you're insane.
Same people who say we don't need EXP share in Pokemon, which is
That's it,
not
yeah,
part of my bit. That's
Oh,
just
come
a
on.
general.
yeah. But yeah, just like so all Digimon you have at all times are gaining experience, which is great because like there's no limit on like your party. Like you have 6 Digimon that are in your active party, but you can have 10,000 guys in reserve passively gaining EXP to like digivolve to fill out the field guide. Or if like you have a guy you want to be in your party but isn't at the right level yet, you just have them sitting in your bank gaining EXP. And like you can digivolve from the field now rather than having to do the fucking Digilab shuffle where you're constantly running back and forth and only grinding directly in front of the fucking lab, which was a nightmare. Just many more quality of life options as far as just grinding out your guys. And they're all like good changes as far as like that specific aspect. So like individual guys you just put in a training set and there was a set number, like it's like 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and an hour, I think, depending on which like level of training set you have to put them in of real time or while the game's open, that it takes them until they finish it. Now, unlike Cyber Sleuth, when a training is finished, you'll get a text on your phone when a Digimon finishes the training, and if you just tap X, it automatically starts the training again. The same one.
It's so beautiful.
It's oh, it is the best thing ever. Because if you're just like, this dude needs like 300 stat points in this specific thing, and you only get like 50 to 60 from like each training, then cool. Now you know that like you just like passively in the background for 3 hours of playtime, that dude is just going to be running on a treadmill, and you just have to press X occasionally when you're just faffing about. It's great. It's wonderful. And
What?
faffing about.
Yeah,
That's a real term.
Yeah, fapping.
No, I
Yeah.
know. I
Oh,
I
yeah.
heard it. I heard it with a P instead of an
Oh,
F.
shut the fuck up. Another aspect is that you can instant complete the training, like any training a Digimon is doing for 10,000 yen, which is so nice in endgame when you're just trying to fill out your fucking field guide, because you are essentially just paying 8 million yen to be like, okay, I need to swing this dude's personality to the other side of the chart so that I can get the Digivolution cost
It's
reductions.
even 8 million, honestly. Like
Yeah, it's not nearly as
It's
like
not much.
expensive, yeah.
it's
'Cause,
usually like 100,000. And a notable thing, the personality like graph seems complicated, but you can literally just press a button to see where the little target will go when you're doing training.
Yep. And like even when you're just doing the field conversations, while you're talking to them, you can bring up the personality chart to show where they are, and then each response is marked with like whether it's a devotion, a courage, like a friendship, or an intelligence one. So you
Yeah.
know where it'll move your personality. It is very good, and it's like it's all very clearly explained and laid out. It is the mechanic for freaks, but it's a lot easier to understand than previous mechanics for freaks.
I would even take this over fucking ABI, honestly.
Oh
Like,
god, yeah, any day of the week. ABI was just annoying.
Yeah. I will say, couple like the the one complaint people bring up with this, that I don't know if I agree with, but like I'm bringing up for like the
course.
sake of comprehension. The one complaint I actually do have with the whole thing, people do kind of tend to argue that the farm kind of just makes it too easy to raise your perfect team. Like do not need like it's very easy to just dump a bunch of money and just get exactly what you want in the Digi farm, basically.
Yeah. Which Bridget, I think we had this conversation about like our kind of unique take on situations like that,
Mm-hmm.
where it's like, yeah, you can do that. If you want to make the decision to not engage with the thing that would be fun and instead bypass it, you can do that. That's on you.
Yeah, I very much
Like,
take it as basically none of my team was ever raised in a Digifarm. Like I did
nope.
that entire thing just on my own, like talking to them constantly, swapping them out constantly.
Yeah.
And for me, I guess like the thing is just like if my playstyle is like possible slash like even if it's not specifically like encouraged slash accommodated, but like is totally like possible without feeling like I'm going too far out of my way. Like, not I don't really like care if there is a path to least resistance. Like,
Yeah.
I'll
Like,
take the path that I like want to do.
exactly. It's
Give
like,
me the option to let me do it.
exactly.
Yeah,
It's like, and this game mechanically is laid out in a way where if you get your 6 bestest buddies and you know what you want to do with them, you don't need the farm. Like, so the big thing with Cyber Sleuth especially was the ABI stat, where you would have to constantly digivolve over and over again to increase your ABI stat if you wanted specific guys. That is no longer a thing in this game. Instead, you have your bond, which is camaraderie. Like, it literally does the same thing. Except I don't think bond is ever a requirement for Digivolution. I'm pretty sure it isn't.
no,
Only
it's not.
once. Only once.
Oh yes, there was one very specific case. Um, and the other stat, which is it potential? What the fuck is the stat called? I keep
Talent.
forgetting. Talent. Thank you. That's what it is. There's the talent stat, which I thought was going to be ABI, but it is not. So talent is your level cap. It's from 1 to 100. At 1, like, it just your level cap is like a base level cap depending on the stage the Digimon is at. It's like 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, I think.
Yeah,
And as it goes higher, your level cap increases to match. So if you have 100 talent, your level cap is 99. Simple, easy to understand. However, talent also affects the percentage of the stats that get carried over when you digivolve that get added onto your base stats. Because, like, every Digimon will have their raw stat, and then in parentheses, it'll show you the additional stats you have via items to increase them, stats carried over through Digivolution, etc., etc. And talent affects the percentage that gets carried over. Your talent will increase when you digivolve something, depending on like your bond level and a couple other like minor factors. But usually, it only ever increases it by like a maximum of 10 when you're jumping a level. It does not increase when you de-digivolve, no matter how high of a level you are. So you can't do the digivolution shuffle to like just max it out. Instead, talent naturally increases as you use them in battles because it'll go up when you get a KO with the Digimon, it'll go up when they get a critical hit, like when you use skills and stuff. So by just using your favorite guys, you are naturally getting the effects that you would get from like grinding it out in the farm. So
yeah,
awesome. You can just use your favorite guys and they'll never fall behind because like they'll constantly be getting the talent, which means their level will never hit the level cap, stuff like that. And like their stats will get carried over to the point where they're never feeling they're falling behind the curve, especially if you're using the fucking load system, which we'll get into that and how it just like busts the game over at the knee if you decide to go with it or like grind because it's boring as shit if you do it.
yeah.
Yeah. But like it's great. Like if you want to just use your favorite guys and know what you want to use and just use them through the whole game, you can do that and the game will let you do it and it is not like particularly rough in any way. It's great.
Now I will say my one problem with doing it this way is that if you have like where what your Digimon's like personality needs to be, right? Like
Yeah. Yeah.
you need like a zealous guy, for instance. And he's zealous like when he's like a level like a champion already, which is where most of my guys were like at.
Yeah.
But like you still need to because when you the way to increase your bond besides like items is after certain battles, like not after just after battles, like if
I
you
think it's like
stand with them after a certain
like once every 3
once
or
every
so, I think.
yes, you can stand still and do a little conversation with them, and this is normally to help influence their personality. But every conversation gives you one bond point with them. Um, but obviously, like, you don't really want to influence the personality too much when you already have them at the personality you want them to be. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I have two complaints with this specifically.
Yeah.
One is that each individual Digimon will usually upon first Digivolution, but can randomly proc after the fact, like have a specified, like unique conversation like thing for themselves, where you can pick one of four options. Because you typically like the more like generic ones only have like one option that skews one particular personality point, but like the specific ones will have options for all four, but they will not have a neutral option. So you can very easily just by talking to them and then getting the wrong thing, switch the personality into something you don't want because you had no option to go neutral. I've had to reload to the autosave so many fucking times because of this. I swear to God, it's so that shit needs a neutral. Like if they bring this shit back, those conversations need a neutral option so fucking bad. Um, Two, if we're doing this, can we make it so picking the neutral personality options like don't make my character sound like a fucking sociopath next time? Thanks.
It is so fucking funny. The best ones are the conversations that put them toward devotion, which is the love crest. Because every single time they're just like, do you think love is like necessary? Do you think even I could learn to love? The option to push them toward devotion is like, yeah, no, I think love is really important. And the neutral option is love doesn't matter on the battlefield. Feelings are only distracting. And it's just like it's so fucking funny.
Every fucked up option is just me looking at my little fella, my little Padawan, telling them, "Hey, kill yourself, bud."
It is like if it wasn't so weird and kind of like out of pocket, it would be the funny like I think it's the funniest fucking thing in the world. But for if you're playing on PC, there is in fact a mod that makes you nicer to your Digimon specifically because so many people are just like, why are the neutral options so fucking mean?
Or just I wasn't really exaggerating. Some of those are actually like that's the kind of shit you tell someone if you're a sociopath. Like what the
Yeah.
fuck?
Like, genuinely, the one I mentioned about not, like, you say, no, love is unnecessary. Your Digimon responds, you're right. Feelings would only distract me on the battlefield. And it's like, okay, that's not what I said. So that's not what I said. But it's just
Yeah.
like, it's so funny. It's so fucking funny. Like,
The
I
amount of
can't
times
even,
they just ask you, "Hey, do you love me?"
and you have to be like,
No.
well,
You have to be like, define love."
yeah, it's so, dude, it like,
Had to be so mean to my worm.
oh, it's so fucking funny. I genuinely find it so funny. It doesn't actually bother me like as an actual issue. Like I don't hold it against the game. They should have thought about it though. For all we know, this might be a localization issue. Like, but
Yeah.
I don't think it would be given how kind of spot on everything else is.
Oh
I
yeah,
think
that's another
Bandai's
thing
just
to
fucked
mention. They
up.
finally, yeah, I think they like the script writers who are just like bastards. That's actually a fun thing to bring up. Hey, it's a game, the Digimon game with a good localization. Thank fucking God, dude.
Yep, it is
We did
great.
it.
The localization is genuinely stellar. There are several like lines in it that the English line for it was so fucking funny, and like the line read was so good. Many of them coming from Hiroko because she is genuinely one of the funniest characters in this entire game. That were like so fucking funny. I literally stopped playing, paused the game, and like replayed it 3 times because I was fucking dying laughing.
Now
Just
I will bring up here, because especially in the end side quest chain, you know, it's not like a major like
mhm.
these fucking lazy local. I did find a couple, just like a few typos primarily.
Oh yeah, I noticed those too. I imagine they're probably fixed at this point, but oh wait, no, you found them?
No,
Oh
yeah,
wow.
I found them. Yeah, no, like I loved craftsmanship, dude. That shit is awesome.
Yeah, yeah. They're like very.
Let me find the other one I found.
Mhm.
Uh, you keep going.
Uh,
At
uh,
least they're like at the end, like side quest stuff, and not like throughout like
yeah.
the main game.
Yeah, none of the
Yeah.
main story I don't think has any typos in it. I'm almost positive if I'm wrong about that because like there were actually things that got patched that like Bridget had a different experience for certain things than the rest of us did,
Uh,
like a specific
uh,
boss. Um, but we like that is like gonna be a conversation in and of itself is the boss fights because again, gameplay wise, oh dude, this game is so good. Everything just feels so good. Battles are snappy and like they like the game is in no way too easy because one of the things with Cyber Sleuth especially was man you could just snap that fucking game over your knee if given the chance. And what they've done in Time Stranger is they will not let you evolve your guys to the next stage until you have made a certain amount of story progress essentially because you get an agent rank and like agent points that you can use to upgrade like trees and stuff and like
based on
to
personalities.
yeah, to get champions, you need age rank 3, perfects are 5, and ultimates are 7, with like the weird super ultimates being 8, and some of them being
8.
10
Yeah.
because they're post game.
Yeah. Like
And it's
Aegeomon's like 9, I think.
yeah, and then any of the Agumon like finals I think are 10, or there's a very specific guy
Yeah.
that's 10, the final boss.
Yeah.
And this is definitely one of the best decisions they made as far as making sure they could more easily balance difficulty and just pacing the game out better. Because in Cyber Sleuth, like,
You can
fuck,
just
man,
bum rush.
yeah, you could
Yeah, you can just
fucking
easily get your
ultimate.
shit.
Yeah, you could have ultimate levels by the time you were in like chapter 3, because like you could just grind and you'd be able to get there. But they
Shout,
just
shout out, shout out
shout
to
out-
the friend of the podcast, Cheese, who
yeah
fucking got a Beelzemon blast mode in like chapter 4 of that fucking game.
yeah just because she grinded it
Yeah,
out because you can do that. And I very much like that they kind of like they don't you can still grind out an absurd Digimon in this. It just takes way fucking longer and like at that point, like again, it very much comes down to like at that point it's on you. Um but not level wise. Like they would be just a really busted rookie.
Yeah.
That there
That
have
is
been
actually
people
something you can do. You
yeah.
can keep like like reducing your level. So like if your favorite Digimon is a, like you're like, man, I really like this particular rookie, but like you're never like able to actually bring rookies into the final boss. This game actually does like have the systems in place to let you do that, which is very nice.
Yeah. There are damage multipliers depending on the stage you're at. So like a level 20 ultimate will be hitting harder than a level 20 perfect, even if their stats are exactly the same. However,
But
there's a way to bump your stats to like absurd levels.
there is also a really funny strat that I've seen that involves just like using level 1 baby Digimon and then reflect.
Oh god, that's so fucking stupid. Yeah,
Because the incoming damage is so high, it reflects all of that damage back onto the attacker.
that's so fucking funny, dude.
And just insta kills bosses. And like I think the only thing you need to set it up is like teaching the Digimon like the reflect like the magic or the physical reflect skill and then giving them the skill that makes them go first in battle.
Oh my
Yeah.
genuinely that is so fucking funny. I'm gonna have to try that. But yeah, like just every like system is clearly well thought out. Yeah, right? I'm like there's not
Yeah.
some glaring flaw I'm
Yeah.
like forgetting. No, yeah, like I was just like that's right, right? But yeah, like every system combat wise is like clearly thought out in a way where it's just like yeah, this is good.
Yeah. Um I do think like we don't need to talk about like bosses story wise, but I do think it's worth talking about the bosses mechanically because I do know
Yes.
that this is another pain point for some people. Like some people
Which
do not like the way boss fights are handled in this game.
like yeah, and like every time I read that I don't get it cuz like the boss fights are like the highlight of the fucking game. They're so cool.
I think the main complaint I have seen primarily is how spongy sometimes they can feel. Like which I feel like is almost more of like a visual feedback kind of thing, where just like, yeah, sometimes you just hit a bunch of times and the bar feels like it barely moves, and then it
Mhm.
can make the enemies, like the bosses, feel very spongy.
Yeah, I can understand that.
The
There's
the biggest issue I had was like on like the enrage like health bar, I could not hit those breakpoints unless I used a cross art. So I basically was just like ending up saving my cross arts for the boss fights.
Yeah, I
yeah,
did the same thing.
and it's
Yeah,
like,
same.
like because we all played on hard, right?
I played on
No, I
hard.
played on I played on like normal.
Oh, really?
And
Yeah,
You
I
still
same.
couldn't? Wow, really?
yeah,
Yep.
even
Oh,
if
wow.
I like even if I
Huh.
knew the weakness, like if I, I restarted the fight and I knew what the weakness was ahead of time, like specifically on Volcanismon, like I had to use like a cross art just to get enough damage to break
Huh.
the thing. I
Huh.
Interesting.
think I think it alleviated it somewhat like later in the game when I had stronger options, but like it wasn't possible without cross arts much earlier in the game.
Huh.
And
Weird.
it does kind of make fights feel a little bit telegraphed. In for some reason, this is the comparison that comes into my head, and this is not a Pokemon thing. Like this is just the comparison. In the same way that like you like the way that like using your Dynamax in fucking Pokemon Sword and Shield felt incredibly telegraphed in like the gym fights and shit in that game.
Mhm.
Where it's just like, okay, the thing happens for me to press the crosshair button, and there's not like it didn't feel like there was a more interesting way to use cross arts on bosses because it just felt like I had to save them until the enrage like shit happened.
So, God, that's so funny. Because, like, at a certain point playing through the game, my mindset about that, like, flipped and it instantly improved the experience I was having. I was already enjoying the boss fights massively, but, like, this just kind of, like, to the point where I was just like, oh, maybe this is what they kind of intended people to do. Because, like,
Hmm.
so at a point, I was just like, why would you ever use any cross art that is not the damage one single target for the sake of breaking those points? And then I was like, okay, wait, let me think about this differently. What if they never intended for me to be able to bust these the first time? Like within the first time they do them? Because their health bar for the enrage thing does not reset. If you do damage to it,
Yeah,
that
yeah, yeah,
damage
yeah.
remains. So I was just like, okay, what if I think about this differently? What if the enrage happens and I'm like, okay, the first two turns of this enrage, I have to deal as much damage to it as possible. And then last turn, I shore up my defenses, I weather the big attack, and then I continue the boss fight as normal. And when I started doing that, I was like, I guess now I can use whatever cross art I want. I guess I'll start using like the high field and stuff to like give myself huge buffs. And that
And
just
then you can use the oh no, that makes sense actually.
it's
Yeah.
just like it instantly made me think about things in a different way where I was just like, I guess I don't need to break these the first time, huh? And I just started thinking about things totally differently. And I would instantly every boss fight became more like a puzzle. And things got into like a flow state where I was like, okay, so the boss is doing this, so and now I have to react in this way. And I know this is coming because they did that move, so I can quickly set this back up. And like it vastly improved my experience. And I think the initial boss fight tutorial they give you with that Greymon, where they tell you to attack the weak point and break it, kind of puts you in the mindset that you're supposed to break it before they can do it even once. And I think they should have worded it differently
I
to be
guess
like,
I guess when you think about it too, because that's when their big attacks hit, and it's like they clearly intend for you to see like the boss's big attack, like with the
yeah,
elaborate animation at least once, right?
yeah. Like it's just like they
Yeah.
make these fucking animations. I want to see them. I kind of don't want to break them on the first try. I want to see the animations. Plus, like,
They
mm,
They
they really
definitely
should
like guide you towards just always breaking them no matter what.
yeah,
they should have just had Minervamon go, "Hey, I don't know what it's weak to anymore. We gotta figure it out."
like,
They
oh,
go,
time to
"Oh
experiment.
no, we didn't figure it out. We'll figure it out next time."
It's like that Greymon boss fight, while being like super fucking cool, I think sets the stage for how boss fights play out kind of wrong in a
Yeah.
way. And it's like
I
I
do
like go ahead.
no, you finish.
No,
Because
it's
my
I was
thing was
just
gonna
like it literally just like I think that first boss fight should have been handled a little differently. But like it's like I think every single boss fight after that is like the best shit. Like I don't think there's a single boss fight in this game that I actively started getting frustrated with because I was just like, fuck, I lost. Okay, what did I do wrong?
I
Okay, well,
did.
there was one for me, right? But you
Well,
know,
yeah, that's because they patched it to make it way harder.
I will actually say I like like besides the one I'm like vaguely referencing, which I'm not gonna say until I get to the part of the story.
Yeah.
I do feel like this. I mean, this is pretty typical of RPGs. The bosses started kind of blending in together a bit more and more as the game went on, just because like my options started getting so much stronger as the game went on that like I was just kind of allowed to. I felt like ignore boss gimmicks more and more. Like in the first couple, like like the Paranmon into like the Volcanismon and all that stuff. Like that's when like oh, I
Mhm.
really got to think about the individual gimmicks of each boss fight. By the end of it, I was just kind of able to damage rinse most of them, like to the point where, like, when you get to the fucking 7 great demon lord fights at the end of the game, I was fucking murdering those guys without even like, I didn't have to think. I just was like, I could just keep clicking signature attack buttons over and over, and it just kept working.
So a part of that is definitely because we did so many fucking side quests before them, and like, yeah, there was the Belphamon fight where I killed it before Nanimon had a chance to move. Like, he's supposed to get over his fear and help you in that fight. I
Oh,
killed
what
him.
is he?
Yes, that's why he talks like that after the fact. And I was just like, oh, I killed the boss before
Oh,
you even had the chance to get over
oh,
it, buddy.
so really funny actually. I'm not gonna like the for the final boss. You know how it has a bunch of in-fight dialogue.
Yeah, did you skip a couple
You,
of
you know,
them?
No, but, like, you know how Noah mentioned that, like, Apocalypse just
Yeah,
completely deletes any difficulty from the game?
yeah.
Yeah, that happened to her because she was using Apocalypse.
it's it is very much like a case of like, I mean, it's kind of on you at that point. Like, I don't think they're gonna design the
Yeah.
final boss around you having like, because like that would just
I
be kind of like lame if they were just like, oh yeah, the final boss has to be immune to some shit because if it doesn't, you might fuck it up by bringing the guy who deletes health
Yeah,
bars.
because thankfully on my second playthrough I knew better, so like I killed his ass and like I had to sit there and wait for his dialogue to finish for like
Hmm.
several turns.
I I mean, yes, like, obviously, like, the post side quest, like, Death
Which is
March
good.
is, like, the obvious, like but even I feel like before that, like, somewhere around a little bit into the time skip, I started noticing that, like, I was just starting to be able to just, like, ignore like boss difficulty most like especially just like in general when you hit rank 7 and you get your mega levels, like it's over. The game just like does
Hmm.
not have difficulty anymore, mostly for except for one part, but
Yeah, and like I
like
don't go ahead.
I still remember the Kuga boss fight, the guy in the fucking mech suit,
Yeah,
who because I had Jesmon and Dynasmon, two guys who have counter moves where if you hit them, they take 0 damage and hit you back. And because all he did was spread physical damage, I would just hit him 6 times during his turn.
yeah. It it very much is a case of like, depending on what your team is, some of the boss gimmicks just don't fucking work and you get to rinse them. And I kind of love that, honestly, where it's just
Yeah,
like I totally understand because like it is technically a negative. Like, however, the alternative is something I think I hate more, where bosses become immune to fucking everything so that they can have their fun boss fight. And like,
yeah,
looking at you, Trails, where like end game bosses you can't do any fun stuff to because it would ruin like the spectacle
the
of the boss
thing.
fight. Yeah. And
Yeah,
I would rather just quint like, I would rather have boss fights like me fighting Dianamon, where coincidentally I brought a Digimon that had insane physical damage that did times 4 damage to her. So the boss fight lasted 3 turns because
the
I
Diana,
annihilated her.
the Dianamon one was just sad when you reminded me that there's like an accessory that just lets you ignore sleep, and it's like, oh, I guess the boss just doesn't do anything anymore. Whoops.
Sometimes, like, because the Dianamon boss gimmick is that she has a move called Goodnight Moon that could potentially put your entire team into deep slumber, which means they can't do fucking anything, and it's like debilitating. Right before you go into the boss fight, there is a chest with an accessory that fully blocks slumber and deep slumber, which is, a signal flag like, hey, this boss is about to do some fuck shit, just so you know. And so, if you equip your whole party with sleep blocking stuff, she will waste multiple turns in that boss fight attempting to put you to sleep, and then you just kick her sorry ass. And it's like, I kind of love that you can just do that. I think it's super fun that like you can just be like, this boss is very clearly meant to do one single thing, and if you prevent it from doing it, you just kind of like dog walk them, and I think it's really fucking funny.
It is
I,
some
I love
real
it.
like RPG gaming in that way. I feel
Yeah.
like.
And because like in the mid, it's not really the middle of the game, in like at the 3/4 of the game mark, at the exact middle of the game, and like the 3/4 mark right before you get the ability to get ultimate levels, those are where like the two huge bosses that have gimmicks that you cannot fucking ignore are. And I think those are some of the coolest fucking bosses in the game, which is of course Titamon at the exact middle point of the game, and Zombie Plutomon.
Yeah, Zombie
Super
Plutomon is.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
Zombie
good.
Plutomon is like maybe my favorite fight in the game. Honestly, that shit was awesome.
Like that fight is literally just like, I managed to beat it the first try, and I had to claw my way to that victory, because it's like he has a gimmick where he's just like, okay, I am lowering your maximum health. Also, you cannot heal. If
I
you
did
try to
not beat
heal,
that boss the first
yeah,
try.
and like that boss is rough, and like I don't think they expect people to beat it first try unless they're like especially well prepared for it. I had to cheese it by having a Digimon that could revive, that I could like I had a ton of reviving items, so I just had a huge tank that was able to soak hits constantly, and then I was constantly throwing revive items into, I think it was Anjuamon at the time, just being like, please come back, do like a fourth of his health and then die again, come on, come on. Because every time you revive, you don't get the maximum health back. So every time she revived, she had even less health. And I was just like, oh god, oh god, oh god. And I managed to beat it, and it was awesome. And it felt like I earned that shit. And it's just a super cool boss fight. Super cool gimmick. Really interesting. And then the Titamon one is the one where I did the solution to the fight too early, and the game was like, whoa, whoa, hold on. Don't do that yet. Wait for the right moment. And I was like, okay.
Yeah. You were me? Were you like me? Were you like, oh, okay, I clearly got to collect the item here, and the game was like, nah, not yet. Oh.
Yeah, wait, just hold on. Because, like, they set
Yeah.
up, like, this is the Chrono Disruptor. It's an EM field that prevents, like, Chronomon's shit from working. And it's like, oh, so the second Titamon started doing his time stop bullshit, I was like, oh, so I use this thing. And the game's like, whoa, hold on. Now's not the time for that. I was like, oh, so I gotta wait until he starts charging up his big move again. Then I do it. Got it. And that's exactly what you have to do. And it's a super cool boss fight. Love that boss fight.
Yeah.
Especially later when they come back.
Yeah.
In
But
the
yeah,
best comedy beat of the game.
God.
Which is a funny comedy beat to have, considering the animated short.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I think, yeah, I think honestly, like, I think boss fights are actually a thing in RPGs lately that have kind of like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of RPGs that aren't specifically action RPGs have like pretty weak offerings for boss fights.
Yeah.
Like as of late.
And I do kind of feel like what I mentioned before is part of the problem, where like every boss fight just kind of becomes a DPS race where they don't like have a cool thing you gotta do. It's just like, all right, the boss is immune to all fucking statuses and has like a gimmick you gotta work around, have fun. And I'm just like, man, that's fucking all right. Like,
Oh, you gave
Yeah.
me the tools. Let me use said tools.
Or
Yeah.
your or your fucking Expedition 33 where you just have to keep doing like dodge parry patterns that just get worse and worse as the fucking game goes on. Ugh. Sorry.
That's fine. Okay, so
Yeah.
do we have
By the way,
any?
fuck Paradmon.
That boss fight's so fucking awesome.
That was
boss,
like
holy
by
shit.
the end, the hardest fight was the fucking Paradmon of all fucking guys.
It is so funny. They give you a water move right before that fight to be like, his weakness is water, and they think that's enough. It's just like that motherfuckers that are like, you're about to learn. You're about to learn.
Yeah.
Like, oh, have you not been using buffs? Ooh, that's rough, buddy.
Fucking Digimon Matador over here, dude. What the hell?
It's so funny.
Pokemon, help!
Help me.
Pokemon, save my first. Your Nerfmon isn't doing shit right now.
Oh my god. Oh, it's so fucking great. But yeah, also, this is an RPG where, like, for the majority of the game, until you hit that breaking point where you can just start snapping fights over your knees, they expect you to be using buffs. They fully expect you to be buffing your team and, like, playing around having buffs.
This is
And also,
SMT.
yeah, and also debuffing the boss. Like,
Yeah.
by the way, awesome thing, bosses can buff themselves. You can then remove those buffs, except in very specific scenarios where they get, like, an inherent buff.
My favorite ability in the entire game is the ability Gankumon has
Yes.
called Table Flip,
It
which is an ability that turns all of the buffs as like buffs into debuffs and vice versa. I did, in fact, I forget which boss it was. He like buffs every stat, and then I immediately put Gankumon on the field and just cripple him
It's
with the one move.
just like, you can do that, and it's awesome. Does the boss debuff your entire team's defense? You can use that and reverse it, and now you have a defense buff. Boom. It's because, like, there are several bosses where one of their gimmicks is hitting you with a debuff. There's a bunch of Coliseum fights like that too. The Coliseum is another really cool
Yeah.
thing they did, where it's like a bunch of, like, very crafted fights where they are set up in a way where they're almost like a puzzle. Or sometimes it'll just be a really fucking big dude you gotta outlast.
Shout outs, by the way, real quick, to fucking Imperial Digimon Paladin mode, just trying to aura form on you, like fucking not even 2/3 of the way through the game. Like, buddy, I'm on perfect levels. Can you fuck off?
And then he's super easy.
He's like really the fucking Skull Marimon solo fight was harder than him. Like, what?
It's so funny. Oh, yeah, the Coliseum is another great thing in this game. Like, because the Cyber Sleuth had a Coliseum, right? I don't think it was as
It was the arcade, but
yeah.
Yeah, it was just the
wa-
arcade.
It wasn't like as in depth because there's like an actual plot line to the Coliseum in this, where like there are teams you'll fight multiple times and stuff, and yeah,
yeah.
they
No,
have like
Cyber
pre-fight
Sleuth was
dialogue
like
that's fun.
because like this is like individual fights. Cyber Sleuth was like cups where you just like
Mhm.
fought like a certain like set of dudes. It's like you ever play Pokemon Coliseum? It's kind of like
Yes.
that.
I was gonna compare it to the Kingdom Hearts ones, but yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, no, that one was just you played on an arcade machine next to someone playing Tekken in Cyber Sleuth. It was really
Oh, yeah.
funny.
That's right. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, fuck. Mechanic thing, because we didn't expect the agent rank and the agent points. Basically, you have 5 skill trees. One is a generic agent skill tree where, like, you get just passive buffs for your whole team and you unlock new cross arts. And the other 4 trees are specifically for, like, the specific personality quadrants, where, like, you get a thing where it's like all Digimon of this specific, like, very specific personality get, like, each personality gets a personality specific skill where it's like all zealous Digimon get an attack buff when yada yada yada, or all devoted Digimon get a this attack buff when it's this specific scenario. And then all the others are just like this, like, all Digimon in this quadrant gain more experience. All Digimon going to this personality quadrant get the required stats reduced by X amount, which are the most important skills in the game because it makes the ability to digivolve fucking non-issue if your personality matches. And they're just cool. It's just another progression thing where you can kind of
Yeah,
like customize your
there's like
playstyle a little bit.
there's a lot of mechanics to this game to the point where like I don't even think I used all of them.
Yeah. No, there's some stuff that's just never been touched.
Yeah.
Like well, no, I was gonna say I never even really equipped my guys with specific skills, but no, I was swapping out skills constantly, just being like, okay, I have this caster, and I would really like electric coverage, so I'll quickly throw the like physical electric skill on this guy, and like I was swapping stuff around constantly.
I definitely did not fuck around the cross arts much at all. I mostly used like
the single target.
Yeah. Field
I
or
would
the
The
field
second I
one.
unlocked that, I just used that.
Yeah.
I would sometimes switch to the like full team like damage wipe if I was getting annoyed with fighting like or not random encounters, but just encounters in the world.
Yeah.
Because that's just my win button.
Yeah, you point the agent points the gun and just nukes the entire field and they all die.
Yerp.
The fucking
I will say-
animations on those cross arts are like, mwah.
Oh yeah, there's one. This is, I think, the actual last mechanic thing we can talk about. Dungeons.
Yes. So this wraps up. This will lead good into like the plot discussion. But so dungeons in this game are interesting because the first three are very similar to each other, but different enough where it didn't bother me personally, but it bothered a lot of people, and I understand. I'm not even going to fault them for being annoyed that the first three dungeons are sewers. Every dungeon after that is pretty fucking good.
Yeah, and most like the one map in the forest one with like a bunch of the Palmon swings, like the one where
That
like you can
yeah,
actually find Rosemon in, that fucking map started pissing me off. But
yeah,
like,
it gets annoying to traverse the more you have to do it.
yeah, especially because like
Mhm.
that's where like the enemies are kind of still on level with you, so like you get aggroed a bunch trying to figure out where the fuck your like the
Yeah,
right Palmon swing was,
yeah,
and then
it
you just
can be
got
fun.
yeah.
Yeah. Eventually, I just memorized the fucking pathways through that because I kept having to go back so much. Yeah,
It is weird that they start off with free sewer dungeons because the game doesn't really push sewer dungeons past that point, so it just feels like a really weird like foot to start on kind of deal.
it's very much a case of just like, what the fuck kind of dungeon can we put in the real world? Like, I guess it kind of has
Yeah.
to be a sewer, right? Like, we could have used a train station dungeon, I guess, like Cyber Sleuth, but whatever.
It is a
Yeah.
sewer, but they do use
Or like a
the
random
cool part.
building.
They use the cool part of the sewers in Tokyo that is like the huge like big
Yeah.
ass pillars that I think doesn't that get used for like shelters in case of storms sometimes
Yes, I believe
or
so.
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, they're like typhoon
I,
shelters.
yeah.
Yeah, which like
Um.
that's why I said like even though the first three dungeons are sewers, like there are certain aspects of them where I'm just like, oh, this is like a really cool visual. I don't know. I don't really
Yeah.
mind that it's a sewer.
I don't really mind it, but it is just like a because you never
Oh
go to sewer
yeah,
dungeons after the fact that it's like,
it's
huh?
weird.
Why did you start off with three of those?
Yeah. Oh, and then there's the outer dungeons. I forgot about that mechanic. Those are fun. They're like little mini games.
Those
There's
are
like
neat. Yeah,
there's like five kinds, four
They're
levels
cool.
each. Yeah.
I did half of the races before they made them easier.
Yeah, they made the races easier. The fucking race it was harder to get the bonus prize on the races before the patch. Just so you know. Like congratulations on
oh
finishing
shit.
them, but it was harder before the patch.
It was harder before the
Uh,
patch.
It was harder before the patch.
okay. Okay.
You
I guess I'll fucking kill myself.
You're baby mode.
Yeah, before the patch, if you wanted the bonus prize, you couldn't hit a single obstacle, and now you can hit like three or something before it doesn't count.
Uh.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Big
they're just cool.
Digivice.
Yeah, and cute
But yeah, no.
little side plot thing involving the previous guy who got sent to the digital world and stuff. It's cute.
Yeah. I just like appreciate that like after Cyber Sleuth's fucking like
Oh yeah,
blue corridors with nothing going on in them. And honestly, like again, this is a thing that I appreciate just in the context of modern RPGs, where I feel like if your name isn't Atlas, your dungeon design is fucking non-existent.
hmm
Um, I will refrain from slandering Expedition 33 on this again. I swear to God. But yeah.
hmm
So just having dungeons like this, not just in a Digimon game, but in a modern RPG, like in general, felt great.
yeah.
It felt really good.
It was just nice to have like an environment to explore and poke around in with like branching pathways I could find goodies at the end of. Solid stuff. I guess I should say welcome. We just took like a 20-minute break and then we all took a horse quiz. Anyway, it's time to talk about the plot of Digimon Time Stranger and like the writing in general because we literally like took a break because it had been 2.5 hours and we know this is going to be at least another hour and a half. I was joking about the
Yay!
4-hour podcast thing. Apparently, I wasn't joking. So here we go. Okay. So, where do we want to start? Because, fuck, man, there's a lot to. So, we just want to
I mean,
start
I feel
about.
like we should talk about like the myth with Chronomon, right?
Right. Okay. So, if you remember 2 hours ago, I talked about an interview where the guy, where producer Hara was talking about, just the game in general. Another part of that interview was him saying longtime fans will have noticed that some of the things in this game don't line up with how they were before. And we hope you're all okay with that. So, that is confirmation of a couple things, actually. about a year ago, there was the rumor going around that Digimon, or Bandai, I guess, had finally decided to make a series Bible. A
This
thing
was
they
specifically a person who had like invested in band. This is really funny. This was a really
Yeah.
big like Ghost Game fan specifically who had like invested in Bandai specifically so they could go to an investor meeting and ask about a Ghost Game home release because there wasn't really one in Japan.
Mhm.
Um,
They learned a lot of shit about Digimon from that investor meeting.
yeah, and one of the things that was brought up in that specific investor meeting was um the series Bible thing.
Yes. Just having an actual like s- things about Digimon that are consistent through every iteration of it, like a proper canon. Because we didn't have one of those. We just didn't.
Which is
But
kind of crazy thinking about it, like for a
it
20-plus-year-old series.
25 years, 26 now, almost 27. And now we do. Or that interview was confirmation that yes, they are doing that. And Time Stranger was the beginning of establishing a lot of that stuff. Like so much more of the stuff than you probably think. There are so many things in this game that are callbacks to shit from 25 years ago, and they are redefining things to A, be better, just objective upgrades to what they used to like mean and be about, and like, or just straight up giving things actual definitions outside of the single appearance they had. Oh god, and oh my god, there's so part the Olympus 12 like in general and like their mythos and like the mythos of the big MacGuffin of the game, Chronomon, the fucking deity of time, is like a
Fucking
thing.
bird.
Yeah, the fuck ass bird.
Big Bird.
So within Time Stranger, they have decided a couple things because I am super unfamiliar with story DS, like whatever the fucking game Chronomon was originally introduced in. I think it was Dusk and Dawn. I'm pretty sure it was that
I
game.
think it was the first one. I think it
Was
was
it
the first
DS?
one. Yeah,
Okay.
I think it was DS. Yeah, that's also a blind spot for me. And it seems like this game's like the game this one calls back to the most outside of Cyber Sleuth because it's obviously like actually like canonically connected to Cyber Sleuth is World DS like World slash Story DS1 specifically.
Yeah, which unfortunately is a little bit of a blind spot for me. When it
Yeah.
work like because I have play I don't think I ever beat it, but I did play it so long ago. But it's a fucking Digimon story DS game. It's not. It's just like you know, it's like that.
It's yeah,
Um,
game for freaks and sickos.
exactly. But that was like the main. That was Chronomon's like really only previous appearance, and they've completely changed who and what Chronomon is at this point. So in the Time Strange universe, Chronomon is a deity level Digimon, like almost on the tier of people like Yggdrasil, Homeros, and Kunlun. And it governed like the natural laws of time within the Iliad server. Specifically only the Iliad server, I'm almost positive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does not
And
affect because the servers are like very separated, like
yes,
very separated. Like
which is like an
Yggdrasil
important
and
plot detail later.
yeah, Yggdrasil and Kunrun makes very special mention of the fact that like them intervening here isn't fucking normal. These guys stay apart as far apart from each other as possible most of the time.
Yes, the higher being, which we will name later, because it's a fucking that is going to
Yep.
be a half-hour discussion by itself.
Yep.
um, it like specifically kind of like doesn't want them doing that for a lot of reasons. That just like keep the shit separate. It makes sense.
Yeah,
Don't
Yeah.
they go out
yeah,
of their they go out of their way to say like, hey, because of this shit, we're Chronomon, we have to intervene.
exactly. And like they can't intervene directly. They're all just in the in-between theater because it's a place that exists outside of all that shit. So they can, it's where they get together and have their little chats and their literal tea parties.
They have tea
Yeah.
time. Yeah.
They do. They
You
yeah,
said
they
it,
like literally do.
you said it before I could say it. I was like,
Oh.
yeah, they have tea. Oh,
But
you
yeah,
already
yeah,
said
that,
it.
I'm sorry.
yeah, that by the way, like another one that is like this game fucking loves deep cut references.
Yes.
Yggdrasil specifically is represented here as a tiny like gothic Alita like girl, which is very similar to their other human design from the Digimon Next manga from like 20 fucking years ago.
And if you know what that
And like
is,
it's
you're sick in the head like we are.
like and it's like obviously not the exact like they wanted to do it like their own spin on it, but it is
Yeah.
very clearly like Norn, which is the character that like Yggdrasil is.
Yeah.
Uh and this one have a lot of visual similarities to the point where it is like pretty plainly like that Norn was an inspiration for Yggdrasil's human design.
Yep.
Just wanted to throw it in there, just real quick mention like the guys who made this game are sick freaks.
Yeah. They know this shit. Like it's a small like adolescent appearing blonde girl in a gothic Lolita like outfit, which is exactly what Norn was. Just different hairstyle and like vibe.
Yeah.
But so yeah, so like they can just like get together and chat in that area, but they are absolutely not allowed to enter other digital worlds. Fuck, they cannot do that. They can kind of sort of help in ways of, in Yggdrasil's case, sending the Royal Knights into the Iliad server to assist, or in Kunlun's case, my dudes are busy. Susanomon can be there, can't help, but he can be there. Which is code for the
it's
Tentei Hachibushu haven't been modeled yet, so you're not going to see any of them.
they're way too like Kunrun himself feels like a very like last minute addition in that way.
The fact that
'Cause
Kunlun's there
definitely
at
also
all.
feels yeah, because it's like even like between the three of them, like it definitely feels like Yggdrasil is the one who does more than Kunrun does. Just like even like in like the conversation, it's like, oh, Kunrun was at it like late.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
he name drops the Tante Hachibushu, but like he did like besides Suzanemon, like those guys are too new. They don't show up.
There's nothing else beyond
Yeah.
that.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
And Homeros is really sleepy the whole time because it's taking everything in her power to not have the world unravel around itself because Chronomon's fucking missing and time is unraveling.
Yeah.
Which yeah.
Also, partially, Chronomon is like, "Fuck you, Homeros."
Yeah, so
Die.
like we learn this way at the end of the game, but it's really important because it's like the inciting incident. Essentially, what happens in this game is Chronomon is, you know what, Bridget, I'm gonna let you say it because you're the one who fucking, it's your joke.
Oh yeah, no, this bird learned what determinism was and decided to hang himself as a consequence of that.
That's literally how this game kicks into action. Chronomon realized that as the guardian of time, he is stuck there. And knowing how all of time goes, being the guardian of it, is unable to directly intervene or interact with anything, forever just being an observer. And that made
And
him
also
so mad.
it's bad, and also like because he cannot intervene, but he can see everything. It is like life that like what he can perceive as life is just like a set of like because he could see it literally any point in time because he's time him fucking self basically for like the Homeros server. So effectively, like this just kind of means that like there is no variance, there's no free will basically as far as he's concerned. Every action is like predetermined to lead into the next because he can already see the next actions. So nothing is random or like be able to be influenced. It's all set, which means that like he kind of like I think they say this, he basically goes into a spiral of like complete fucking meaninglessness.
Yeah. He goes into hard nihilism mode and decides that, like, I mean, fuck it, if nothing matters anyway, I may as well just try to kill God and end everything. Like, who fucking cares anymore?
And then when he tries to kill God, isn't that when he gets like struck down and he's like, "Well, okay,
Well,
I'll just die then." And then he's like, "Wait, I can't die? What the fuck do you mean?"
so yeah, what winds up happening is because he decides he wants a patsy, just in case things don't really go his way, he kind of sort of gets the Titans to do the uprising for him, and they get fucked over hardcore. And as far as the general residents of the Iliad server are concerned, the Titans just decided to rise up one day and try and overthrow Homeros
It
and the
and
higher
it just
being. Yeah.
yeah.
No one knowing that Chronomon was the one that incited them to do that. The
Yeah.
higher
Hey guys.
being,
He didn't even really like it wasn't even like a if I'm remembering this correctly, like he didn't even really like incite them in terms of like actually rallying them. He just inserted his fucking will into them and just made them do it, basically.
yeah.
Yeah.
Throughout the game,
This is actually
oh, you go ahead.
this is also a thing to establish because this is actually like a point of confusion to the point like for a lot of people and like the the, the tie-ins are just kind of like it's really weird because there's no like it's not like you're a specific Digimon, you're a Titan necessarily. Like it's not like all evil Digimon are necessarily Titans or whatever, or like
Yeah.
like so and they don't I don't think they do a spectacular job of like necessarily like delineating what makes a Digimon a Titan and what doesn't, but it's basically like I kind of interpreted it as like you're part of the warrior faction that like Plutomon is and like Titamon are a part of, basically.
Yeah, the Titans are just a title. It is the warrior faction. No specific species is a Titan. Anyone can be a Titan. Um, I
We
think
even
the
see this
idea,
when the big Bearmon becomes a tie-in.
yeah, I think the
It's just
idea
vibe
is
space.
yes, it's entirely bias based, and I think the idea is that the reason Titans tend to be specific species is because they've been, segregated for God knows how
Racially
long.
profiled.
Yes, exactly. Like for a really long time. So just naturally
Like
things
like
just kind of
like
homogenized.
you're a fucking you're a Caramon. You think you're gonna be in like? And admittedly, I do kind of feel like the game smooths over like it acknowledges that the tie-ins have been like mistreated horribly because of Chronomon. I feel like it doesn't like I feel like it could have done a little bit better job at like kind of putting some of the Iliad guys to test for how poor their treatment of the Titans has been.
Mm. No, yeah, I agree. I feel like there should have been some actual like real consequences. I feel like the funniest part of the whole the Titans are just guys, they're just warrior classes that winds up happening by the end of the game is A, you'll get Titans kind of like walking around, and B, the factorial area just stays like that. They're just like, you know what, actually, this is pretty chill. We'll just keep it this way.
This was kind
Yeah,
of bugs me.
Volcanus. I mean, like the only guy who was really keeping it like that was Volcanusmon. He gets to chill in Akihabara now, so it's like, well, fucking, why not, right?
Yeah. Like we got a cool Coliseum now. Like, fuck it. We may as well keep it this way. It's kind of rad.
It kind of rolls, yeah.
And the game does a very like we'll talk about it more in depth later, but the game does a very funny thing because the Titans are not evil inherently. They are literally an oppressed class that is really pissed off and annoyed about it because of the will of Chronomon, which is a literal thing, not a metaphorical thing. It is a literal thing.
Yeah.
So at by the end of it, like people know they're chill. The leader Plutomon, who in prior canon had been established as like the antagonist of the Olympus 12, was like Plutomon and his Titans. But now we know that's not the case. He's just kind of a guy who leads the Titans, and they're just like a group of people. So you would think, well, shouldn't he like get an invite to the Olympus 12? He's kind of an important member of the server and
And
like a
he's
really powerful guy. And his response to that is mostly just like, I just don't really want to do that. Like,
it's really funny because like you can kind of feel that like even the devs are kind of like, why isn't he a part of the Olympus 12? Because he gets framed alongside them, like especially in the finale, fucking constantly.
yeah. And like, you can talk to him about it, and he really does just be like, I, I don't want to do that. It's like, I just don't want to do that. And it's just like, oh,
That's just not really my
mean,
thing. Like
shit, fair enough. All right.
Look, it's
No,
fine. Just
yeah,
make him the
all right.
Alphamon.
it really does like he does feel like just the alpha mom, but
Yeah.
like it really does feel like they just didn't want to have exactly another group of 13 like the Royal Knights, so they just made it 12.
Yeah. And it's also very funny. This is just more a writing side of things, but like after the whole shit goes down, you can just occasionally go talk to Plutomon, and you can be like, "What's up, bestie?" And he'll be like, "Don't call me that. We're not friends."
No, we're not friends.
But you can keep pushing it, and eventually he does kind of relent a little bit because he's very tsundere. It's very cute. He's just like, "All right, yeah, like we're associated. Please stop calling me your best friend. Please stop." Okay. Anyway, back to the like main thrust of the plot. So yeah, Chronomon was struck down by the higher being because of inciting the rebellion, at least partially. Now, he's not dead. Instead, he did a really fucked up thing, which was inserting his actual will into the hearts of every Titan. So, as time went on, they naturally became more prone to like trying to kill God again and doing another uprising as a secondary plan to the whole Aegeomon thing.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Our son. Wow. Fuck, dude.
Baby
Doesn't
boy.
he inserts himself into like the currents or something, right?
Yeah.
The core of the something or other that I
Yeah.
forgot because
It's
I
like
played this 3 months ago.
the like life roots and shit.
Right.
Yeah, there's like a current of energy flowing throughout the entire digital world, and he's basically put himself in that in order to spread his influence.
And then
And
he
also,
uses the Karubimon to be like, "Hey guys, be
yes.
evil."
Yep. Yeah, and then there's the
The
fucking
Cherubimon being his like will is very funny because it's just randomly like, what the fuck is Cherubimon here? Like,
yeah. It's like you think it's gonna be something else, but no, it's literally just the physical manifestation of Chronomon's will being like leaning against someone's ear and being like, "You should do some fucked up shit. You should kill that guy. Kill that guy. Fucking kill that guy."
And sometimes the Karubimon kills that guy, and that guy becomes the zombies.
Yeah. Poor Plutomon. Dude, that dude had it so rough. I feel bad for him.
He
Yeah, but we
doesn't
got
know
a
that it
sick ass
happened.
boss fight though, but it's fine.
That's such a
He
good
doesn't
boss
know
fight.
he didn't get to experience it.
That's
Not
true.
in this timeline.
That's true. We did erase that from happening. I forgot about that. Oh god. Okay, so that's like the main setup of the plot. And just like I guess we can talk about like the big like overarching lore stuff that they've established in this game because there's a lot of it. There's so much of it.
yeah, and I think that can actually lead into like talking about the plot of
Yeah.
things.
Okay, so do we want to mention the name yet, or is that going to be like the last thing we talk about?
I feel like we kind of have to
Oh.
like
We
Like,
gotta let that one out of the bag.
just pull the band-aid
Yeah.
off. Okay,
Yeah.
so they have decided that the higher being, the actual literal god of the digital world, the highest there is,
Worlds.
it's homeostasis.
Plural.
We can't escape.
So this was one of the big fucking retcons where it's like originally homeostasis was some vague order entity.
Concept.
Yeah, that was
From Adventure.
that was like on the level. It was talked about in Try. Just go watch those episodes if you want to hear our fucking thoughts on that. That was like on the level of Yggdrasil. Really vague, never super defined. Spoke through Hikari a couple times. That's it. And it sucked. Literally nobody liked it. So
The only other major appearance it had, I think, is in the Crosswars manga, where it takes over from Yggdrasil to keep the server going when Yggdrasil gets murdered by fucking Masaru Daimon.
True. Very funny. As of Time Stranger, they have decided that no, homeostasis is the god. It created Yggdrasil, it created Homeros, it created Kunlun, it created whatever other server administrators will be unveiled down the line. It's like the Yggdrasil, Homeros, Kunlun, those are the server administrators, and homeostasis is the company that built those servers. Like, it is a god in every sense of the word. It is specifically a god of like order and balance.
And it's still very abstract, even though we kind of know what it is now.
Yes, yeah. It's very much a concept because it's like a god in every sense of the word. Like in the religious sense.
It's kind of like a Cthulhu, like
Yeah.
Lovecraftian sort of thing. Like you cannot
is.
perceive it.
Yeah. It's like the very concept of like order and balance itself, essentially. So, what homeostasis decided to do, seeing what was happening with Chronomon's bullshit, was we can talk about like the big twist of the game, right? Because that'll help explain everything else.
Yes,
Yeah,
I'm
Yeah,
that's
I
what
mean
it's
yeah.
happening here.
it's a spoiler cast, so we
Yeah,
can just
yeah.
do whatever.
I just meant like this early. So Homeostasis decided to pick one of the various shades of Aegeomon, because we learn later that Aegeomon has tried to like save the world an innumerable amount of times, and every time he failed, and the version of himself from those timelines turned into a shade that proceeded to cause more problems, and it just kept compounding and eventually helped Chronomon, yada yada yada. Homeostasis picked one of those shades, basically just at random, and remolded it into the agent. Wiped their memories
From the TV show.
from the TV show, from shows. So the main character of the game is technically Aegeomon, but not really. They are a random Aegeo Chusmon, I guess, shade picked from a random timeline that Homeostasis has reformed into an agent of its own will, a literal agent of homeostasis to like restore the
Yeah.
balance and order and everything. Throughout the game, there's a bunch of stuff that hints at the fact that the agent is A, not human, and B, just some thing. And like when you learn this, it recontextualizes a ton of dialogue in super interesting ways. But we'll get to that later when we start talking about like minor stuff. The most important thing being that like because you're like throughout the game you get to a point where there's a very clear moment when it like you have your own will, like you're no longer just an agent of homeostasis that is ordered to do these things. You're actively making decisions as like your own individual being, and it's super fucking cool and interesting, and it's awesome, and it rules. And I just wanted to talk about it because it is literally one of my favorite things ever when there's a big reveal that fully and entirely changes the way earlier stuff is read in a game. And just a story in
Yeah,
general. It's the coolest thing ever.
because you have the
And
bit, like that's like the previous cycle of Aegeomon,
Mhm.
like failing to save a timeline. Like that's where like the demo takes place,
Mhm.
basically. Um, and it really does feel like that was just the cycle in which like the agent was first like created,
Yep.
basically.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's all but confirmed, yeah.
Yeah.
Because we wake
And
up
it's
and
just
they're like,
like homeostasis got to that timeline a little too late. We're gonna roll the dice again real quick.
Yep. It's like, damn, that one didn't work. Okay, we're gonna run it back. Let's go. And like throughout the game, you
I
see those weird, like shadowy human figures. Those are Aegeomon shades from other timelines, fucking with you because they're infected by Chronomon's will and are trying to help Chronomon revive. It's crazy.
I think
So
yeah, because it's fucking with them in a way that they reach a timeline where like Inori dies in such a way that like Aegeomon is like, oh fuck,
Yeah,
it's over.
I
like
feel like in order to get to this bit, we have to actually explain what Aegeomon's whole deal is because I feel like we kind of skimmed over that a little
yeah,
bit.
it's just so there's so much to talk about. All right, someone else take this one. My voice hurts.
Basically, before Chronomon got cast down from trying to fuck over the gods, he was like, "Here, egg, Junomon, take egg."
Yeah,
It's
so basically the idea is that Chronomon is basically like so I think we have to go back a bit to God, this it's like a fucking patchwork of lore here. Jesus Christ.
It's crazy.
So basically what happens is that Chronomon for his insolence gets imprisoned as like he was already like a cog in the machine of time basically, but like he's like stuck there now and he's unable to like actually exert his own will in any way whatsoever. And he's like, this fucking sucks. There's no escape from this. I'm just stuck in what's basically an eternal torment. As the guy who basically is like the gear that keeps time itself fucking like stuck together. Um, so he creates Aegeomon, or he creates the egg that forms Aegeomon, which is, you know, a separate Digimon that has his time powers. And the idea is that he through a like he creates a circumstance basically that involves the tie-ins as well, because it involves like, you know, he wants to create a circumstance God. Okay, this is
Using his
so.
ability to see like every timeline, he engineers a scenario where Aegyomon's egg finds its way to the human world. Inori hatches it. They become partners. They go on the adventure. She dies. Aegyomon flips the fuck out and kills everyone and everything.
Yeah, because the idea basically is like this game's like kind of feases on time travel is that like you would only basically time travel to like change the past out of a deep dissatisfaction with the present. Like this is
Mhm.
like literally stated. So the idea is to just I think like continuously create like the worst timeline for Aegeomon possible like over and over to keep like in like making him like awaken to his time travel powers so that eventually Aegeomon can reach the timeline where he can like kill Chronomon because Chronomon just wants to die and like not be stuck in this fucking cycle forever like anymore.
Yeah. And it's like it's fucking crazy. It's so insane. Like by the time we are involved, this is the thousandth millionth whateverth timeline that Aegyomon has unknowingly gone back to reset.
Like the world has effectively been stuck in this like 8-year time loop for an unimaginable amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
Because
All
the more you time travel, the like more unstable things get, which makes Big Bang Explosion happen in Shinjuku Inferno.
yeah.
Just keeps perpetuating the cycle of like, hey, we're just gonna stop this at this
This
point in
this,
time forever until
this
either
is
I die or something gets fixed.
this is also why the Titans I think like invade like 3 years prior to all these events. So like Chronomon I think uses the Titans to engineer the scenario where Inori's mom and brother die, so that
Yes.
like um like that whole thing between her and Aegyomon can basically form up and you know the scenario where Inori dies horribly and Aegyomon travels back in time and like again it's like basically Chronomon trying to make Aegyomon find the timeline where Aegyomon can kill Chronomon.
Mm-hmm.
It You saying that has just made me realize that Chronomon was also probably very involved in making Aegyomon look so much like her brother.
Yeah, no, I very much believe that was like that's now like the lore is like Aegyomon looks like exactly like you because like Chronomon just kind of figured out that like Inori was the perfect partner to continuously create that scenario with Aegyomon with.
Mm-hmm.
Which is really fucked up from like an existential level that like effectively
Oh
their
yeah.
bond was just chosen by Chronomon as the correct one for his plan.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. It's determinism.
Yeah. He's like
He is
actively
engaging in
engaging
the
in it.
determination.
It's
He is
fucked.
himself creating the deterministic events that kind of put him on the initial spiral, which is like fucked up to think about.
I mean, that's it. Shit, man. God, this game is
Uh,
cool.
It's a never-ending loop.
and Homeros kind of just not Homeros, homeostasis, very similar names actually. Goddamn. Looks at all of this and goes, "This is very clearly bad for like the server and just like keeping everything in the balance." Because like the more Plutomon does this, the more like the Homeros is like at the starting like clearly at fucking breaking point.
Yeah.
Like
And if Homero shuts down, Iliad and all of its inhabitants are
Just
gone. They
die.
die. They just die. The world will break down
and
and they
that
die.
and
And
that
also
probably
the real
would
world.
yeah, and
Yeah.
obviously that's going to cause also problems in like Drossel server and Kunurin's fucking Shambhala server, which is why they start getting involved because they're like, oh god, this clearly does not like um. So, but homeostasis is in a godlike way like it cannot it cannot and by its own judgment should not act like it does not believe that it should like itself directly influence the behavior slash path that the beings that live on its like world like go on.
Hmm.
I thought it was that, but it's also like Homeros is specifically like opposed to direct action, which is why in the final battle, her going, "I'll allow it this one time," is so big, right?
I
Isn't
I think I
I
don't know now. Mhm.
I don't
I don't
remember
know if we want to
exactly.
talk about it now because I think we mentioning it
Yeah.
later, but she says something along the lines of like she like wakes up for a second and is like, okay, fine, you can just still I'll allow it. And then
Um,
all yeah.
yeah. But again, homeostasis as just the god of everything is by its own rules, like it does not want to interact directly. So it creates the agent, aka the protagonist of the game, to basically set Agiomon on the correct path to like prevent this from happening.
Yeah. Essentially, the agent is meant to guide Agiomon and also, at a point, kill the both of them if homeostasis feels the timeline is heading in a way that's just going to make another Agiomon shade. And it's at
Very,
that
very,
point. Go ahead.
very similar to when it was like, dude, you should kill that fucking cat.
Yes, extremely similar. Except this time it makes any amount of fucking sense.
Yep.
And it was wrong this time instead of being objectively correct.
Yep.
Because like there's a very clear turning point in the game where so also like Adamus and your operator, they don't exist. They're all figments of your imagination. It's literally just the will of homeostasis speaking to you. And you're like, it's engineered an entire backstory and scenario where you're part of this organization that handles anomalies. None of that shit's real. Literally none of it is, and it's the coolest thing ever.
You
But
you 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 go to the new timeline and you're like, where the fuck is Adamus? What happened?
and then eventually
Never was there.
the operator calls you and says like Adamus has deemed that Inori and Agiomon are like class S threats. They need to be like taken care of, aka kill both of them. And the agent is just like,
No.
no,
I don't want to do that.
I don't want to do that. Which that's when shit just goes completely off the rails.
It's also
It's also
really the reveal of it I really like because and this is again speaking of complaints people have with this game,
Yeah,
one
yeah.
complaint that's very very prevalent is that the operator doesn't shut the fuck up about the same three things over and over again.
Mm-hmm. So
And
the
one of the things it you go.
yeah, so the operator will call in about, hey, remember the Shibuya, fucking not
The
Shibuya,
Shinjuku.
Shinjuku. Remember the Shinjuku Inferno, which is the big nuke that sent you back 8 years. Remember your adoptive father, Dr. Yuki, who is currently missing. Agiomon and Inori are a target of observation. The operator
and you
will
might have
call
to kill
in.
them.
Yes, yeah, like depending on what happens. The operator will call in after every major event in the game and talk about those three things and also just out in the field. The reveal that they're not real completely recontextualizes all of that as homeostasis talking to you, reminding you of the three things you are meant to do as a like puppet of its will. It's so cool.
I kind of interpreted that like sort of like going back to it as like this was like the way that like homeostasis kind of kept your like identity as like not just a shade of like your identity as the agent like sort of grounded and like going instead of like reverting back to a shade like
Yeah.
It's like reestablishing it.
Yeah.
yeah. And I love how this is revealed because obviously you've been like the fucking operators talking to you about your fucking adoptive father so many times, and then like the professor Dr. Simmons who has mentioned Dr. Yuki a couple times, and she mentioned it as this like kind of critical junction, and you go and ask, how do you know my adoptive father? To which Dr. Simmons responds, what are you fucking talking about? Dr. Yuki's a fictional character from this anime I really like.
It's so because like she mentions Dr. Yuki is an inspiration, and she called Digimon electron phased life forms because that's what Dr. Yuki called them and stuff like that. And the reveal that it's all just a show and that she's just a fucking weeb is so fucking funny. It is the funniest thing in the world.
But that also that is the like that single reveal is the catalyst that unravels the agent's entire like identity is so fucking funny.
It's
I
incredible.
And
would like to
the
propose a
thing
counter
before
argument.
it, where they're just
Yeah,
like, oh hey, they keep what was it, Uranusmon called you Agiomon for the
huh?
first time.
Volcanus
It's
Mon.
Volcanus
Why'd
Volcanismon.
I say
Uranus.
Uranus?
Yeah, Uranus.
Yeah.
If you're
Butt on the
if
mind.
you're if you're being eagle-eyed, it's even earlier than that.
Yeah, I talked about
Um,
when we were in each other's DMs being like, this has got like what the fuck is up with this? These two random incidental line of dialogue mean something, right? And then we were vindicated 30 hours later.
no. That's not what I'm talking about.
Oh?
When you first liberate Central Town, you can talk to there's a few NPCs that go, "It's so great we had the power of the Great
The
Guardian
Great
on our
That's
side."
Guardian.
right.
Yeah, yeah.
Aegemon's not.
And I'm reading that, I'm like, Aegeomon's not with us, but they're specifically praising us. But we're not. Uh-oh.
Oh my god, I didn't
I'm not a
even.
hot lady. I'm a little goat man. The fuck?
Wow.
And then you get to the Volcanismon where he's like, "Thanks, Aegeomon," and you're like, "What? I'm not." And then he goes, "Really? Okay."
Jesus
Gato's mod is
Christ.
so fucking funny.
Yeah, we'll talk more about the Olympus 12 and their characterizations in a bit, but like it just Leon, I thought you were talking about the other thing where like I'm talking like this is before you even get to Central Town for the first time, I think.
Correct. Yes.
Inori makes two offhand comments
More
of
than
being
two.
yeah, but like there are two very specific instances. One is like blatant, where she talks about being like, I feel kind of like an outsider here. I mean, I'm the only human around, and you have a dialogue option that's like, hello,
I'm human.
and she's like, oh yeah, sorry, your vibe is just so weird. I kind of forget. And like me and Leon immediately were just like, we're like a Digimon, right? Like the agent is definitely like not human. They must be some kind of digital
It's
being.
it's even funnier than that because I think I went in your DMs and I was like, I have a theory that I don't know if anyone else has. Explain the theory, and you went, "No, that's the theory I was gonna tell you."
Yes, we literally had the same idea separately, and we're like excited to talk about it. It was so funny. Oh god. And then 40 hours later, we find out that it was just true, and we started flipping the fuck out. Oh, good writing. Very, very good. Just game's just well written. Like that's all it is. But yeah, so there's lots of small things that get progressively more like overt as we approach the just flat out reveal that no, the agent is just Aegeomon plucked from another timeline and given a different form. And whose entire personality is based around a fictional TV show from years and years and years ago called Agent Alpha that is getting a reboot kind of soon. And throughout the entire fucking plot of the game, people keep talking about this anime, and it's so obviously a Chekhov's gun, but it's just not in the way you think it is, and it's the weirdest shit in the world, and I love it.
It's a Chekhov's gun in the way that, like, you go, I wonder, like, what specifically happens that makes us the
Yes,
inspiration for
yes,
this anime.
I thought it was gonna be like before I knew it was only gonna be the two periods of time that we were actually gonna travel even like further back or something.
Mhm.
And that like we were like paradoxically going to be the inspiration for both the original anime and the remake.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because like,
Right.
even Aegeomon is in that short.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, like, the fact that both agents are in the anime is like a weirdly subtle hint that it's not like you're not the actual inspiration because your operator's not actually with you, like physically.
No.
He's just always on the
He's never
radio. So,
shown.
like, exactly.
You
So it
you kind of like you kind of metatextually just like try like I think it's like one of those things that like they know like metatextually you're just gonna like kind of right away as like well they have to account for both options so they're
exactly
just gonna put both in there.
those sneaky bastards.
Yeah.
So
Um. I'd like to think that it's also like, and this is actually like it really funnily explains the thing where you can just freely switch between like the male and female design at any point.
yeah, and
Where
no
it's
one
like I
sees you
feel
any
like
differently.
yeah, I think just like my headcanon is that like just in the game normally, depending no matter what gender you actually like depict yourself as, like people like just kind of randomly like see you as either the guy design or the girl design.
It's like Shion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just kind of look like rocks for no reason. Rocks, Sora for no reason. Um, fuck, I had someone I lost it.
Oh
Continue
no.
on with your thing. I'll try to find it again. Look on the floor.
Fuck. I'm like scrambling to remember like other stuff about this specific plot point that we've talked for 40 minutes about that I can't.
Jesus Christ.
I know, dude. We're gonna be here a while.
Dude, my
This is just
brain is
setting the
so
fucking
fried
ground.
I
from
think I
Yeah.
would
both
have to
this and like not getting enough sleep that my brain immediately went. We're like Huckmon from Tribe, but like not dog shit.
We are just Pokemon from Tribe and not dog shit, is the thing.
We are.
I'm trying to think. I think I would have to replay this scene again, but there's also the cutscene right after like the Junimon temple gets attacked, where she looks at us and Aegiomon is like, "You're abandoning us?" And
Yeah.
it's sort of unclear who she's talking to, but like by context clues you go, "Oh, she's talking to Aegiomon, not us."
Hmm. There's
But
so much. Like, I cannot wait to replay through this entire game, like watching the cutscenes with that knowledge.
right.
It's gonna be so fucking awesome. Oh, but yeah, that's like the big, huge plot twist of the game and all of its implications and fallout from everything.
I
Uh,
totally forgot.
hmm?
So Bridget mentioning like the start of the game being like the implication that you were formed from like the game starts out with the like animated opening and then you are suddenly the agent.
Oh
I, I,
fuck.
I really I really like actually there's like a scene during the little Marsmon tournament arc thing where like Hiroko goes and like contacts you about like that the anime is gonna like that she's making is gonna have like a trailer appear on the little billboards, and you know to see the scene that got mocked by the fucking Digimon beat break ad on my playthrough because I pegged that game back up 2 months after. Um and like I really like that gives you a good indication of like, oh fuck, the Shinjuku Inferno is like tomorrow, fuck me,
Yup.
uh-oh.
It's like, oh no. No, 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 no. We gotta
Like
go.
it's like a
Hey, yo,
super
we
sweet
gotta move.
scene. It's like a super sweet scene for that character, but it's like, dude, holy shit.
We we got to the timeline where Hiro commits beat break.
There there
You know?
is like in oh sorry, go ahead.
No, it was stupid. Go on.
Oh, there is like a little bit of like a bittersweet wait, I don't know how to say it, but there's like a bittersweet feeling when I think about like what I thought the twist was going to be. Like you said, Bridget, like I thought we were going to go further back in time than the start of the game. And I think when I was first playing the game, I was like, "Oh, we're going to go back in time to the first time the Titans came to the human world and we're going to save you." Or something along those lines, which never happens.
We inadvertently do
No.
that though, which is, you know.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, because like for me, when I was playing through it, because they kept mentioning the shades and like how Dr. Yuki kept God, that's weird to say with my name. They kept they kept mentioning like, oh, he broke like the laws of nature, basically soared himself with time traveled, and I kept thinking, oh, those shades, that's gonna be your adoptive dad, ain't it? No,
No, it's you.
no, that's me.
See, my
Like we
theory was the adoptive dad was the one making all like the side dungeons.
Oh yeah, I can understand thinking that. Instead, it's just some random dude.
yeah, I thought I also thought that the little notes you get for like doing the extra bit in the outer dungeons, I thought that was Dr. Yuki.
Apparently, it's supposed to be Taichi,
Is that
or
What?
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 at least
Huh?
someone similar to Taichi.
Oh, because they get an Agumon? Is that what people are saying?
Th- I don't know.
I'd have to go
Okay,
back and read all those again.
real quick before we get into like proper plot stuff because I don't think this really like comes up at any point. So okay, so I'm not remembering this wrong, right? Like in Cyber Sleuth, the Agumon and Gabumon from that game, like when they form Omnimon, they were like, yeah, I was Omnimon the whole time, but like I lost my memories at some point, and that's why I was like just a baby Agu and Gabumon like at the start of the game.
Mhm.
Is the implication that like the Agu and the Gabu from this game are like those two like before they lose their memories or something?
We
I
do
think
know,
so.
yeah, like we do know this game takes place before Cyber Sleuth because there's like there's like teenage Kyoko in this game, If you have the
Yeah.
Cyber Sleuth DLC, there's an optional side quest where she shows up, but she is
I
also just in the DLC.
I do wonder because none of us have played the DLC that involves Kyoko.
I really should have done that. I probably should have done that before we started recording.
Because
Well,
there was a specific
someone here
quote from like,
did.
Oh, did you? Okay, what
oh
happens in that DLC? Please explain.
no, I haven't
Well,
played it.
sorry, spoil the cast. You're gonna get spoiled.
It's just
Yeah, I
explain
actually
what relevant to what we're talking about. Like, how is Kyoko involved?
It, it, it not much.
I figured,
Okay.
but like,
It's mainly just dealing with her dad.
I
And
figured.
her daddy is just daddy issues. The DLC.
Oh, okay. That makes
okay,
sense.
but like I mean, just her presence alone confirms that like this takes place in like the timeline of Cyber Sleuth.
Yeah.
Like
Remember we all thought her dad was gonna be Genkumon?
it seemed like so obvious. He had like the fucking beard and
Look
shit
at
too.
him.
Like,
yeah.
like
That's how that they're gonna release a sequel game to Time Stranger, and that's when the dad is gonna be Genkumon.
I maybe because the guy the guy kind of just falls out of the plot halfway through. Like they mentioned he got injured and just kind of fucked off after that point.
It's funnier than that because the one guy goes, uh, "You guys made me lose the captain, and I'm gonna kill all the Digimon for that." And then you learn like 20 minutes later that he just retired.
Yeah, he got like slightly
Yeah.
hurt, retired, doesn't even particularly hate Digimon at all. That one dude was just a fucking zealot and like use it as an excuse to go on a crusade. Wild fucking set of
It's
events
fine.
there.
The fucking Tapermon fixed him apparently.
That-
That was a
it's-
very that was a very quick like sure whatever resolution. By the way,
It's so funny that like the human side of things is so unimportant in like one of the complaints people have about the plot is that the human characters don't really get to do much, which is true. However, that's because there's 12 really important Digimon that the game is actually about. And like I understand people are upset like the human characters don't get much. This is also a Digimon game about a very specific group of Digimon. So like it's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, I kind of wish they got a little more, but also I want to know about the Olympus 12. I'm playing the Olympus 12 game. Like I don't
I wouldn't even say that like all of them like I feel like Hiroko, Asuna, and Dr. Simmons especially gets like to
plenty.
do pretty plenty. I wouldn't say that they like Astra like I think like it's just a particular pain point because like Cyber Sleuth and especially like the Hoodie Gang from Hacker's Memory were very liked characters.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people like, and even I do this, like comparing like the cast here to like Arata, Nokia, or like Yuko from Cyber Sleuth. Like, yeah, they just don't like the human cast. Definitely just does not stack up to the Cyber Sleuth cast, and from what I understand, definitely not the Hacker's Memory cast.
Yeah.
I
Which
Is
think
like kind of the main thing.
Yeah, and I think going off what Lot said, it's because like Cyber Sleuth is like fundamentally a little bit about the human characters versus Time Stranger being about the Digimon characters instead.
mm. It's one of those things where the previous game was about something so different that it's the only game we've gotten in fucking 10 years that matters. That people have like had expectations and when they weren't met, it like left a bad taste in their mouth, which I understand. It's just it feels like it's a little misplaced in this specific instance. And I'm not even saying they're wrong
Yeah.
for feeling that way. I just think it's like just like kind of like you
I-
got to look at bigger picture stuff.
I guess for my money here, I agree with your stance, like pretty
Yeah.
much mostly. It's just that I think oftentimes the best like Digimon stories, let's call them, are like in the shows, like especially are kind of about sort of the connective bond between the humans and the Digimon. Like it's kind of like a you gotta kind of have both kind of thing. Um and I think this game does it like like at the very least, the serviceable is not pretty good enough job with like just Inori on her own.
Yeah.
But I do get wanting a little bit more
Of course.
of the human Digimon like kind of interplay in one of these games.
Yeah. No, like I completely understand why people feel that way, especially as someone who has multiple points during this podcast stated the most important part about Digimon is the bond between Tamer and Digimon. That's why Frontier sucks so bad. Like I've stated that multiple times. it's just one of those things where like I'm willing to bend my own rule here just because man, I fucking love the Olympus 12, dude. God, I love them so much.
I think I don't know if it's intentional from the a game design or story design point of view, but there is like maybe an interesting theme of like you just don't get to know about the people that do bad things on baseless accusations on like a living being essentially.
Mhm.
Because like
It's like
most of the
those guys don't really deserve humanization like that kind of deal.
exactly, because like we basically like after the time skip, we don't hear anything about the people that just hate Digimon.
Mhm.
Like Kuga gets put out as pretty pathetic. Shoda disappears from the plot like entirely, basically, except for like the
Yeah.
side quest where he shits himself or something.
Yeah.
Inori's
Yeah.
dad.
Inori's dad, like that one, I actually did think was kind of weird how he just also totally falls out of the plot, except for like one scene and one side quest.
Yeah, that one was odd. That one I will agree. I was like, where was he for so long?
Like you get
Mhm.
the scene where like he's in front of the super weapon, and that's where like the bat, and then like you reset that, and you just don't see him ever. Like he disappears. It's weird.
Honestly, with how that original conversation with him goes, not seeing him at all almost feels like the agent being like, I kind of want to spare Inori's feelings on this. Like, her dad
There's no
kind of
way that.
super sucks.
Yeah, it's just weird because like again, it's not a huge complaint. It's one of the things where like
Mhm.
they kind of like set him up as like a bigger guy in like the first half, or at least like the first
Oh,
bit
yeah.
of the first half, like before you go to the digital world. And like he pretty much is just not in this game the moment you step into the digital world for the first time.
It's very interesting, like, because like the marketing also like focused on him. Not well, obviously didn't focus on him, but he like was given a proper like title card and everything.
Yeah.
And it's just like some parts about this game almost felt intentionally built up to just kind of be like just to not pay off on purpose in order to just kind of like God, what I don't want to say like oh the like unexpected defy like I'm not doing the fucking the Star Wars Last Jedi bullshit. Just like certain things were put in a certain way to make you think certain things were going to be important and then they just aren't because the game's not about that and it's really weird. I kind of love it in a weird way even if it is a little like disappointing that they build up certain things that just don't fucking go anywhere.
Yeah.
I'm just fucking weird like that. I was just having a great time start to finish.
It's one of those things where like I enjoy what's actually focused on so much, but at most it's like a small disappointment. Like it
Yeah.
doesn't super bother me. And really, a lot of them, like I don't give a fuck what happens to fucking Shota or whatever the fuck that guy's name is. Who cares? Fuck that guy. He sucks.
Yeah.
It's
Who
just
gives
like
a shit?
Inori's that one, like
Yeah.
specifically felt like the one that was like I felt like this felt like you were gonna do more and you just didn't.
That is the one character where I'm just like, yeah, that was definitely like they probably should have done a little more with him. Just genuinely so funny that like you have that confrontation with him in front of the super weapon, and Inori like makes her case and everything, and he's just like, I'm.
All right, bye.
It's been 8 years. I am way too far gone.
I'm too deep
Happy,
in.
like yeah,
Maybe
happy
that's
to
like the entire rationale that the guy's just way too deep in,
yeah.
basically. So like there's no real reasoning with that anymore. But
Yeah,
like,
like
yeah.
the fact that he even goes like, "I'm happy to see you again," but that like, sorry, and like watching that, I was like, "Oh man, that sucks." Fuck this
Yeah.
guy. Like it was such a weird moment where I was like, I don't know if they intended this to be so gross feeling, but like, damn, dude, you don't need to meet this guy. We can just you're fine. You got a new family now.
Yeah. I mean, the implication obviously by the end is that he's like, he didn't lose his family, so he's like actually just a normal guy now.
Yeah.
But yeah,
In the new version of the timeline, he's just a normal dude.
yeah,
Oh god, yeah. So just like spoilers. By the end of the game, the timeline has been altered in a way where Chronomon has basically never existed. I guess technically would be the way it shakes out because that's how time
yeah,
bullshit works. And instead, Jupitermon has taken on the role of being the guardian of time, while also maintaining his ability to have free will and exert it. He like guards the flow of time, but he is not the flow of time itself. It's like a system function that he watches over, but does not actively do.
Yeah,
However,
I mean,
that
it's basically
also
Plutomon's. It's basically not Plutomon. Fucking hell. It's basically Chronomon's original role before he decided to
yeah.
try to fuck with things.
And it's a very bittersweet ending because he can no longer be with Inori. Like the Aegiomon, like the Aegiomon Prime, we'll call him. He can no longer be with Inori because he just that's not something that's possible. He has to remain as this like time guardian and can't really exist in the physical human world as like a partner Digimon in any way because he's like a fucking demigod at this point. So it's this weird bittersweet thing of Inori gets to live a normal life with her brother and technically Aegiomon because the final cutscene is her meeting you on the street and seeing Aegiomon in like your eye and just feeling like doing that kind of like you feel familiar kind of thing. And I think the
Yeah,
implication is that like you wind up staying with her as like a
a sister.
just a family member because like
Yeah,
there is literally zero romantic tension in this game between Inori and anyone at all. It is entirely like familial relation.
yeah.
Like even her and Aegiomon, they don't do any of that shit. They view each other as siblings like through and through. By the end of it, it kind of feels more like Aegiomon and his two moms, one of which is also him, which is weird, but whatever.
A little bit. Yeah.
But yeah, so the implication is that like you're with Inori as I guess a sister, brother, a family member, maybe a mother
Depend.
figure, kind of depending.
I mean, her actual mother's still alive, but like,
That's
yeah,
true. She would be alive in this timeline, wouldn't she?
yeah.
What if she's
Maybe
not?
she,
What if only she died and you was the only one that got to?
the machine Dramon still randomly showed up to blast the fuck out of her mom for no reason.
Yeah, Justimon just
Hey,
did it better. Justimon just did better this time and saved you.
I mean, no, in that show, Justimon like beats the fucking machine Dramon before you dies. It was Tidamon showing up and just like, all right, kid, you
Oh
gotta
yeah,
die.
right. He goes into blast arm mode and fucks with and like just fucking ends the Titamon and that's how the timeline gets fixed.
Yeah,
Goes sicko
sure.
mode. But yeah, so
I
it's
almost wouldn't be surprised if there's a version of that where like Jupitermon, yeah, just like involves himself directly and is like, Titamon, we're good. We don't need to
yeah,
do this anymore.
you're chill. Don't worry. It would not surprise me if like Jupitermon was just kind of like just like, hey, homeostasis, I know I'm supposed to be like the guardian of time, but you can let me just give me the one, right? And homeostasis is just kind of like, fine, all right, yeah, whatever. You get the one.
I mean,
You get one.
I think the real answer is that because Chronomon technically never existed, he never like corrupted the will of the Titan
Yeah,
Digimon, so like
yeah,
everyone's happy now.
yeah,
It's really funny because like so this is a bit of an anecdote, but like obviously like so the way that this game works around time paradoxes is that you literally know the gods like who are self-correcting the time flow like to not like fucking explode into a bunch of paradoxes. So
yeah,
that's how it like gets around any of that. But it's been really funny because Cynthia has been staying with me, has been playing the Chrono series, which is like they're on Chrono Cross right now, which is very much looking at Chrono triggers like time travel and going, have you considered the implications though?
yeah.
So when a bunch of the really fucky time shit, like with like especially like saving the mom and stuff like happen, I'm like, but have you considered the implications though?
Have you considered the Rammies?
The Rammies, bro.
Jupitermon, the Rammies. No, I can't wait for the hacker's memory for Time Stranger when we get to experience the Rammies.
I genuinely hope we get a Rammies game. Like that would be so fucking awesome.
Oh god, I would love that. But yeah, so a very bittersweet ending. I will say the game did actually get a misty-eyed, like almost full-on cry out of me when Aegiomon was saying goodbye to Inori. That shit fucking hit. Holy
I don't.
lord.
The game never got like a full on cry out of me, but like The last like couple of bits, like with Inori, like being so upset that she just keeps losing everyone, and like
Mhm.
the fucking title screen at the end stuff, like, oh boy, that one,
Yeah. It
that shit
hits.
hit.
It hits. They succeeded in making me really like. I love bittersweet endings, and this is like one of the most bittersweet endings in the fucking world. It's like, cool, your best friend and sister are safe. You can never directly interact with them again. Probably.
And also, as the agent, like nobody probably remembers you for the reasons. Like,
Yeah. I mean, the agent spawned in on that street corner. Like that is the beginning of their existence.
Yeah.
I think the agent probably remembers
Oh
everything,
yeah, definitely.
but Inori doesn't. And there's
It's
probably just like a
look, it's fine. I made like 80 million yen over the game. I can just go buy a condo in Shinjuku somewhere. I'm fine.
We're chill. It's all good. Okay. And I think that'll probably be enough about the main plot of the game because we've talked about like the big plot points of like and all like the canon lore implications, what they mean, which means now we can maybe talk more about the like direct characterization of a lot of people.
Yeah,
can I
because
make a
this actually, I want to introduce this by talking about one more big lore change.
Sure. Yeah.
That I remember we talked about when we like went really in detail on that one stream, like I did, like fucking when the game was revealed about like like so this game being about the Olympus 12 was announced basically from the start. Like, I think they announced that a Digimon story game would be like was in development in like 2018, and like the literal next thing we heard about it was this is the Olympus 12 game.
Yes.
So people who like don't weren't into this franchise during its fucking drought periods, I fucking envy you so hard, dude. Holy shit.
Yep.
Um, might not know that um the Olympus 12 was a group that was established in like the data book and stuff, and like the things about Iliad, like for like over a decade. Like we've known about these guys
It's
forever,
2012 is I think the first member being introduced. Yeah.
and we just like got nothing with them. Like they were a group in concept, and that was it. Like, which was especially egregious considering we would not like, this was going to be around the time where we would just not stop getting fucking Royal Knight stories like left and right. Like,
Everything was a real story at this point. Yeah.
yeah. Um, and the entire like server Iliad, which was like a big thing that there was like a new digital world, like it's like, oh, maybe one day we'll go see that, and it just wasn't happening. The one detail that we knew about would be that eventually the Iliad server would like start like collapsing, basically, and that as a result, the Olympus 12 would like launch an assault on the main server and end up in conflict with the Royal Knights in order to take over that server so they could like continue to live on that server. And despite it being the one bit of lore for the Olympus 12 the entire time, that has been fucking discarded. That is not real anymore.
Yep. The singular big thing we knew about the Olympus 12 is now non-canon because there's definitely no bad blood between these guys now.
Yeah, they're chill. It's also like now, like, and this is kind of like I think like this at the stage for their characterization a bit. These are not guys who could or
Yeah,
would do that.
not at all. Not even close. This is a team of fucking rascals and goobers.
which I think is a good segue into like what I thought was really fun about like the Olympus 12 in this game. And I don't know if I can't remember if I like predicted this or like wanted this in the first place, but they really kind of like channeled the chaoticness that is like the Greek and Roman gods
Oh yeah.
of like it's all drama. Like there's no communication happening. Like
Yeah. One of the big things about one of the things that they didn't really talk about is this is the Olympus 12 game. What the very lead here was that this was the Olympus 12 origin story game. Most of the members aren't even like the Olympus 12 guys until the end of the game. This is like a journey of meeting people, establishing relationships, and how those people eventually become the Olympus 12 and like take up their roles as the guardians of the Iliad server. And it's super fucking cool. And that's like not what they just called it the Olympus
Yeah,
12 game.
yeah, which is why we thought it was about the Olympus 12 invasion at first.
Yeah,
Like,
because it'd make the most sense. Because
yeah,
like we saw the Titan stuff where I was like, oh, so that's why they decide to invade the like Yggdrasil servers, because the Titans like wind up taking over a bunch of stuff. And it's just like, no. No, most of these guys aren't even around by the time the Titans invasion happens. Half of them are still little shitheads in Central Town. They're the blowjob brothers.
literally.
It's
Hey, yo.
crazy. Welcome back, Yuki.
Hello.
It's
Yeah.
really funny looking at a little group of like the Bearmon brothers, Chronomon and Lunamon, and like, obviously you knew 2 of them were Olympus 12 members. I didn't think 3 of them was gonna be. Sorry, Big Bearmon, not you.
Yeah, not you. Sorry, you get corrupted.
You get to be a freak.
Yeah, you fucking freak ass.
Yeah,
Hey,
truck
he-
freak.
I like big guys.
He gets a cool like gut armor thing.
Oh yeah, no, I love Calismon. First game Calismon's been in, by the way. V-Tamer guy.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Huh.
My God.
Yeah, this is the like again, it was a V-Tamer thing, so they,
Yeah.
they didn't use it. But yeah, I think it's the first game Calismon has ever been in, which is why like the reveal was kind of a big deal. And then they had a fucking Paradoxmon of all things. And the DLC. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Paralamon, yeah.
Yeah, Paradoxmon, sorry. Yeah, so we could talk about like individual members if we want to.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm gonna save the best for last.
Oh, gee, I wonder.
I wonder.
We'll go in order of their introduction, except the very first one, because that's for me. So like the first one you meet that's not Minervamon, that's I get to talk about that later extensively. Is Marukimon, who's the leader of Central Town. It is one of the only guys you meet who is already the Olympus 12, like fully evolved guy. Like already when you meet him, he's the leader of Central Town. He is the god of speed, just a big man. He is voiced by fucking Richard Epcar, right? I think in
Yep.
English. Yeah, but fucking Richard Epcar in English. He is the singular member of the Olympus 12 who is like the stoic guy you would expect to be the guardian of a realm. Just him.
Yeah.
He is the only one. It's just him. He's grandpa. And it's wonderful. Spends most of the game on death's door.
Yeah. Yeah, he gets,
the poison.
He's
The
too
poison.
powerful for his own good.
It is
literally
really,
yes. He
Yeah.
has to get he has to get poisoned because it's like he would just solve problems left and right if he didn't get poisoned.
yeah. There's a couple guys in this game who are very like, unfortunately, the plot kind of wouldn't work if this guy was allowed to roam around at full power, so we're just gonna remove him by having him take a poison dagger or arrow or something during the Titan invasion to protect someone else. He's very like, he's that type of guy. You hear, yeah, he took an arrow for some Randy in Central Town while the Titans were invading and it poisoned the shit out of him, and you're like, yeah, no, he'd do that. That is something he would do. 100%.
Yeah.
He's that kind of guy.
He like, I think he fits in one of the more like standard like kind of archetypal roles
Yes.
in the entire group. There's not that
100%.
much to talk about. It's just like when he like join, like I will say, like when he joins the fight and he's like, I'm gonna do my big serious thing, it is like fucking super hype every single time.
Yeah, when he just goes and does the fucking 1,000 punches and just absolutely wrecks shit. It's like, hell yeah, Grandpa,
Yeah.
get him. That's Peepaw.
That's fucking Peepaw, dude. He's awesome.
Peepaw hooked up on bath salts.
Do we want to like when we say in order, like do we want to do like evolved in order? So like
like the actual like guy. Like we're not gonna talk about Marsmon yet.
yeah.
Yeah. So next up would be Volcanusmon. That would be like the next guy we talk about.
I
fucking
really like him. I
meme.
really
He's so
like him.
cool.
He's so funny. Oh my god. You meet him and he is in this giant fucking mechanical he's the engineer, the forge guy, which makes sense. That's literally what he's always been, but they just give him a bit more they give him a bit of a personality in this one.
Yeah.
And like when you're first meeting him, he's just like, oh, invaders! Oh, I get to show off my new toys, and he has these giant fucking arms he attacks you with rather than fighting you directly. And then occasionally there's a little glimpse inside his cockpit, and like if you look, you can see he's got a bunch of fucking action figures lined up inside his big mechanical fucking apparatus. And when you beat him and start talking to him, he's just like, dude, have you heard about model kits? And just,
Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, 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 yeah.
That's
He's
someone's
so-
self-insert right there.
he's
Take me to
so,
Akihabara, dude.
he's so funny. He's so fucking funny. The moment he hears that you know what the model kits are, like specifically Inori does, he's just like, oh, you understand culture. You're a friend. It's like fucking, oh my god, this fucking dweeb. And then he trips and
Imagining imagining a
I
Titamon that discovered model kits and just knows of them invades Factorial area and goes, "Oh, those are those model kits things I saw in the human world." And Volcanus is like, "You're chill."
yeah, take
and
the
I'm
whole
like,
fucking.
Volcano's not. No, he's not.
It's like, oh, dude, yeah, you want to co-run this place together? You could build the fucking Coliseum. It's cool with me. Which, to be fair,
I,
the Factorial area is the area where the Titans just kind of like all of their changes
Win.
stay. Like they just get to stay there and be chill. No one
yeah,
is
again,
really upset that
because
they're
the
there.
only guy like making sure that it wasn't was Volcanismon, who just dips and goes to Akihabara like post time skip. Like,
Yeah.
I do really like actually like the bit post time skip with Volcanismon, where like it's revealed that he just gets along with people like really well. Like,
Yeah.
he only gets taken in because like he was such a fucking people person like back on Earth.
Yeah. They just like find him and he's like genuinely too agreeable, and so they kidnap him, and it's like really easy for them to do because he's just a nice guy.
And then they
Yeah.
experiment on him specifically for
They-
like the core for the giant robot.
They fuck him up. Like he one of the roughest deals because he gets fucked up.
Yeah.
You're-
Okay, I guess it's
Yeah.
a thing we didn't talk about. The part where like
Oh yeah, they
one
have a
of the
super
things
weapon.
when you get
Huh, right.
Oh, no,
yeah,
not even
giant
that.
robot.
God. The part where like when you actually are like recruiting the Olympus 12 members into the Olympus 12 members, like uh I would I would say like a bunch of Greek tragedies basically happened to them where like you see the timeline where they kind of, fall to ruin slash die, and then like you get, the Aegeomon thing kicks in, you get sent back, and like you prevent that from happening, and preventing that from happening is what gets them to join the cause, basically.
Yeah. It's like your past bond with them and the fact that you saved their life and or someone else's life like recruits them to the cause to fight back against Chronomon. Which so what like jumping back to plot stuff just because this is kind of important and it involves all the Olympus 12 members. When you're seeing like the tragedy happen and then preventing it, it's only once or twice where the way you prevent it is just getting there sooner. Every other time is like you just do something differently that like set the dominoes in motion, and because you do it differently you manage to prevent it. And I really appreciate that fact because when I started seeing this happen I was really worried that what it was just going to be was see the tragedy, go back in time, rush there before anything can happen, solve the issue, and that's not what happened, thank fucking god.
There is an instance in which doing it like getting there earlier is super like cool in the way that they do it, but we can
Yes.
talk about that later.
Yeah, a lot of the time it's just like, hey, remember this thing we did last time? We cannot do that. It is a terrible idea. Next would be Bacchusmon, right?
Yes.
Dude, sleeper hit of the fucking game for me was Bacchusmon.
Wait,
I did not think I'd like Bacchusmon that much. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
wait,
Unk.
no,
What?
isn't it Junimon?
No.
Because
Oh
we go
yeah.
Oh yeah,
Junimon.
you
Oh,
briefly. I
wait,
forgot you.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
we
such a
go and
short.
don't we go
I
to
feel
we
I
go to
feel, I
Abyss
feel like
area
I feel
before
like
we go
We're
there.
there for like 3 seconds.
I feel like Junimon's best saved for like at the end with Coronamon,
Yeah.
Lunamon, and Minervamon.
Well, do
That's
we
fair.
do? Well,
We go to the Abyss area first before Gear Forest.
Yeah, but you don't meet either of them as Olympus 12 members yet. That's post time skip.
yeah.
we can still talk about it. Oh, that's fair. Okay.
That's what we're doing. Yeah, that's like the whole premise of what we're doing.
Okay, sorry, I forgot. Okay,
it's
been a
okay.
long day. It's been a long
That's a
day.
long. It's a long one.
Anyway, we go meet a stinking fucking drunk.
I did not think like I remember like I always like because I'll be honest like this game like really converted me. I was not a big Olympus 12 guy like at all before this game because like I didn't fuck with their design aesthetic that way and like Bacchusmon always was like, well, I kind of like him because he's funny, but like that's kind of it. Like I did not really think Bacchusmon would come out as like kind of like
Top
I don't know if
three.
he's like the favorite, but like top 3 at least.
Like, and I'm probably unique in that I've always, at least as far as I've known about them, I've always been a bit of an Olympus 12 shooter. I think they're a really interesting group. This game has been 20 years of vindication for me personally, obviously, but like, there was a like Marsmon and Bacchusmon were the two members that are just kind of like, I mean, they're just, like I don't really like their designs, and we know nothing about them, so like they're just kind of like the whatever members. Bacchusmon is easily a top 3 guy for me now. I adore his characterization because they do something really interesting with him. Like, in a way, he's one of the most tragic members of the Olympus 12 in, like, what he's about.
Yeah.
Because he's Dionysus. He's the revelry. Like the god of revelry, god of wine, so his whole thing is he loves getting fucking sloshed and he loves throwing parties. He does it like once a day, if not like once a week in like the Gear Forest area, and everyone loves it. There's the song and dancing from Sirenmon and everything, and people just love having a good time. And then as like the game, like especially when you get to the post time skip stuff, it's revealed that like something happened and it fucked with him badly like during the Titan invasion, and he's no longer drinking for the revelry. He's literally doing like the alcoholic thing where he's drinking to kind of like forget, and it's terrible.
It's also kind of implied that like all the revelry and the partying and the drinking even before the time skip is like it's still like a bit of a coping mechanism for him because the like the responsibility and the stress of like guarding over the world tree basically and like the the current is like weighing on him super fucking heavily.
Yeah.
Like it stresses him out constantly. So again, all the drinking and the partying before that, even like, a lot of it is just him being the god of revelry, but it is like partially from the start kind of a coping mechanism for him.
Yeah. And that just comes to the forefront once the bad happens. Which the bad being Saruman fucking dies. Yeah.
Which incites him, and I really need to stress this, having an on-screen suicide scene.
Yep.
That is what happens. You see him kill himself on screen.
Yeah. It's crazy.
I'm gonna end this the only way I know how. Drinking. But with poison this time.
Yep.
Bye.
Lots of poisoned drink.
Am I misremembering? But isn't there also a bit about like how the revelry actually helped the world tree too? I think like it wasn't just like mindless. Like it helped in some way too.
I don't remember
that specifically.
No, I think
It might have been during his quest in Endgame.
Yeah.
But I don't remember that specifically. I'll take your word for it though. I believe you.
There's something to that degree, or at least like the parties were keeping everyone's spirits up despite like the constant attacks from the Titans, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. 100%. God, who do we meet next? As like a fully, is that it for like the pre-time skip stuff?
I think so, because it's pretty much right after Bacchusmon that shit goes to like everything goes to hell, right?
Yeah, like obviously Juno Mamba, we're saving her because that's a whole other can of worms.
Yeah, because like right after that, you immediately go back to the palace, and
Yeah,
then
you go
Yeah,
back
shit
to the
goes
and that's
down.
palace
where the
at the
tie-ins
time.
invade.
Yeah,
That's where the whole
that's
thing happens, and then you get to the time skip.
yeah. You fucking fight Titomon and everything explodes and shit. You get flung 8
And
years
then
into the future. Yeah,
after that, it's Abyss area, right? Like
Yeah,
you
you
do
first
all
go,
the
go.
yeah. That's the first one.
Yeah, so this is actually two members we talk about in one because you literally do not separate the two.
Yeah.
Neptune Mon and Venus Mon.
They are in love, do not separate.
the only head couple I support.
Oh, God damn it! I will try.
So
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, you go. I actually
Okay.
need to grab a drink, so you explain this one.
Okay, yeah. So pre-time skip, you meet a Shellmon who is like people are worried about her because she's like a medicine type of girl, a healer, and people haven't seen her in a while, and she's like locked herself up in her house, and her excuse is that she is injured and just is healing. And there's a couple people who are like, we're really worried about her. Go check on her. So you do. And then when you go inside, you find out that she has been assisting and has saved and has started helping a Hangyomon, who is a Titan, recover from like a grievous wound on his stomach. It's like stitched up, it's scarred over, and it's partially healed at this point. And her like reasoning for this is just I'm not just gonna let someone die. It doesn't matter what side they're fighting on. I'm not just gonna look at someone who is dying and let them die. That's not who she is. So she saves him. Post time skip, we come back and we find out about Venusmon, who is this like godlike healer. It's Shellmon. Shellmon has become this Venusmon, and you hear about the new leader of the Titans in the Abyss area, who's this guy called Neptunemon. So the in the Abyss area, there's finally like negotiations are finally going to like happen. There's finally going to be a talk between the Abyss area Titans because Neptune is very much a moderate. He doesn't want the fighting to continue, and he's willing to talk things out. So you go, Venusmon, or was it Venusmon directly that hands you the gift? It is, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
She
Yep.
hands
It's
you
like a drink that she made.
it's like wine, yeah. She makes wine as a like a peace talk offering for Neptunemon. So you go, you hand him the wine, and he's like, "Oh, that's really nice." And you can see the Neptunemon. He has the big scar on his stomach because it's the Hanyomon, obviously. And so you go back after giving him the drink, and there's been a Lanamon who like is helping you with all this shit, and this Lanamon has revealed, by the way, that wine poisoned. Neptunemon is about to fucking die. He is going to die
No, it's
from
not. It doesn't happen like that because we go back to Venusmon and we're like, we gave him the poison, and also it was the Hanyodon that you saved a while ago. And she goes, "What? What do you mean?" And then everyone dies.
yeah, because like she was aware that it was poisoned, but she
She didn't
thought
know it was poison too strong.
yeah she
It
thought
was
it
a
would just knock
sedative.
him
It
out.
was.
Yeah, sedative. Yeah.
It was. Yeah.
Lanamon, on the other hand, was like, no, 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 we're killing this motherfucker because she's evil and fucked up.
Cause they go back in time and they're like, Venusmon, that was like that killed everyone. And she goes,
Yeah.
"What?"
Like, whoa,
And
what?
she's like, "Well, the
No,
person that gave me the poison was
sorry,
Lanamon." And then Lanamon's like,
shit.
Fuck.
"Okay."
Yeah. So after that, you like double back and are just like, Neptunemon, please don't drink that. And then Venusmon is just like they have their like reunion because they didn't know, um, and it's a very sweet little moment. And then Lanamon shows up and is like, how fucking dare you? And you fight her and kill her and all that kind of stuff. And so now you have these two people who like were very connected when they were 8 years ago, but got separated and are now on opposite sides of the war, and then they get back together, and now they, can make that connection again, and it's very sweet and it's very nice. And do not separate those two, please. They need to be together, despite the fact that Neptunemon is one of the two that you can flirt with, because there's a post-game thing where he's like, I want to give Venusmon a ring, and you're just like, you know what that means, right? And he's like, no, it's a nice gift. And you're just like, okay. But you can be like, it's for me, right? Like, you're giving me the ring. And he just goes, no. But it's
And
like,
you can
it's
keep
like for
pressing
me.
it.
Yeah. And like, you can try to make him, and he's just like, no, fucking stop it.
It's
It's
so
very funny.
funny.
You can attempt to be a homewrecker.
It's
Which-
also, I actually kind of like too, but Venusmon, like when you meet her, is a Shellmon, because Shellmon is a typically a very ugly Digimon,
Yeah.
or like conventionally ugly. So there's a nice bit about like, but like like even when she was a Shellmon, she was the fucking literally the kindest like soul you meet in like the entire digital world. So
Yeah.
to kind of see like like going from Shellmon to like maybe one of the hottest Digimon ever fucking designed. Very like outer beauty reflecting the inner kind of deal.
Yeah. Be careful who you call ugly in high school.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's good. I like it quite a bit. I love those two. I love like their entire plot. It's just very cute. Adore them. Neptunemon is a fucking fail boy, and it's really adorable.
Yeah.
It is.
And Venusmon doesn't. She's very ignorant. She just loves healing people and has no fucking idea that she has this adorable loser literally head over heels for her. She's so fucking. They just don't get it. Oh.
All right, so can we talk about maybe one of the biggest redemption arcs, like, because I think this is the last one before we get into like the big ones.
Yeah.
Can we talk about one of the biggest redemption arcs in this franchise I've ever fucking seen in my life? How dare you make me like Marsmon? Fuck you! Fuck you! You don't get to do that.
It's fucking awesome. So remember the Blowjob Brothers?
I feel like we never really properly introduced the
No, yeah, they
Blowjob
were
brothers.
In Central Town. You meet two Bearmons who are little rascals who are playing pranks and shit, and they are prevalent throughout like the entire pre-time skip stuff as like constant little annoyances slash just little guys.
Little annoyances, but totally inseparable.
Yes, could not separate them. They are brothers through and through to the end. In post game, also in the pre-time skip, they have like a dispute in the Gear Forest, and you help them settle it, and they make like a vow and bury a little like time capsule thing. And then in post time skip,
There's actually a Dramogemon class that like leads it, like it's like
Yeah.
right before the Marsmon arc that like kind of leads into that. That's very cute as well.
Yeah, I was gonna mention like they bait and switch you by making you think the Bearmon brothers have just become the Dramogemon brothers, but they're a totally separate group of brothers who are talking about the legendary Bearmon brothers, who are
Yeah.
like mythical figures at this point. So the older Bearmon brother decided that violence was the answer.
Well, because what happens is Central Town gets attacked.
yeah, the invasion of Central Town happens, and they get separated in the chaos.
For clarification, a lot of Central Town has moved to the real world.
Yeah.
In like an underground base, and they get separated in the attack, and they both think the other has died.
Yep. The older Bearmon brother again decides that violence is the answer. Joins. Does he join the Titans? Like, yeah, he's like joins
Yeah,
the
he
Titans
joins the Titans.
willingly.
He joins
yeah.
the Titans, yeah.
And
Yeah.
they do fucked up experiments on him, and he winds up becoming Callusmon, like a blind rage monster because of the shit they did to him. The other Bearmon brother has stayed in the real world in like the relocated Central Town, and the real world also has like a bit of an underground coliseum for Digimon fights, and he is the reigning champion as a Grappleomon. And so you go there to find him because like he's like an impressive figure, and he's like a good like guy you can recruit as part of your like fighting force and everything. So you go talk to him, and all the everything happens. He evolves, becomes Marsmon. And God, I don't know how to. Some my voice hurts. I'm drinking. Someone take over.
I
So
don't know.
yeah, sort of the tragedy here is that initially, like, you get called away for a thing. He decides like you're initially gonna like meet up separately, like at some point, but then like he decides to go ahead, tries to confront his brother himself, goes horribly, he dies. Like he gets sent back. You all decide to go together. Um, and you end up confronting the brother, and like um unfortunately, like you don't actually kill the brother, but like you like you bait like you super gravely have to injure him to get him like snap him out of the experimentation mindset. And like just seeing like what happened to his brother, and like little Baramon like thinking to himself that like the only reason like his big brother did that was due to his own like lack of strength and like lack of like self-dependence. Like effectively like Baramon only did this because he thought that this would be like the way to protect people like his little brother, and like his little brother blames himself for his big brother having the mindset, and his kind of desire to snap his big bears out of it is to kill him.
Mm.
And so that resolve is how he becomes Marsmon. And as Marsmon, he accomplishes that. There's a big sad tragic scene at the end. I actually that one was one of the ones that like got me a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he decides to stay back in the Factorial area Coliseum as sort of like a champion type figure. And there's a really cute quest that appears right after, where he has like massive performance anxiety about fulfilling that role.
It's so cute. He's not used to being the big strong guy who's like the guy.
Can you fight me? I need to get back in the zone again.
Yeah.
And like you help him, like he discovers a love for food. He like you kind of pep him up a little bit, and he kind of like just performs the role. And it's just like you see like you see the Baremont brothers, and you don't really like, you think these are like the comedic dipshits of the game, right? Like these guys are not gonna like do anything or be much of anything. And like at the very least, like if you were gonna expect either of the two of them to be there, it's not the little one who kind of just like doesn't even like most of the stuff between the Baremont brothers at the start of the game is like most of their dialogue is through the big one.
Yeah, the little one's the
Like, the
shy
little
one.
one mostly kinda, like, is shy and hangs back a little bit. So to see, like, that transformation and, like, like, everything about that is, like, just it's such a sweet little story
Yeah.
that,
Yeah, you get to see him get like his own independence and find his own thing.
and
Mhm.
it's nice that, like, at the end of it, it's revealed that, Talisman actually didn't fully die, but he was, like, so gravely injured that it, like, people kind of, like, he was basically, like, written off, but, like, Venusmon, like, really, like, was like, "No, no, no, I can save him," and, like, does it, and so he comes in for a big save at the end with, the demon lord you fight with, Marsmon,
Yeah.
and it's just, that's a nice, like Marsmon in that scene is like, "No, no, no, I'm making the shots now. Like, you're listening to me."
Yeah, it's great. Just like, I'm the stronger one now, bro. So like,
I'm basically a royal knight, dude. Like, you like, I'm the tough one now. Fuck you.
it's very nice. I love the Marsmon storyline in this game. Whew, okay, so
Alright, now it's time for
yeah,
the big one, and I
yeah,
think this is gonna be one of our last things before we,
yeah. We are over the 4 hour mark. Total recording time. God damn. Okay,
Oh
yeah.
boy.
Okay,
so
real quick, actually, Ceresmon, like, I know we
yes,
meet them
Oh
later.
right.
yeah. I,
Um, this one's
so
weird.
yeah. So Sarah Sirenmon becomes Ceresmon post mortem. Like her like body is planted and a small tree sprouts from it. And then much later in the game, we're talking right before the final boss, she is reborn as Ceresmon. So Ceresmon herself doesn't really get much in the game. Sirenmon does get quite a bit, like playing off of Bacchusmon and just Bacchusmon talking about her and how important she was to the village and what she did, and like her death is part of what drives him to fucking off himself originally. Like, so I feel like she does get enough,
Yeah,
and I'm not too upset. I do wish like she had more time as Sarismon, but game was
it was
already
hard to
90
fit in the
hours long.
game. It's one of those things. Like, I really love the conversation in the middle. Fucking, I think it's the Tyrant Kabuteri boss fight where
Yes.
like Bacchusmon is like she's apologizing to Bacchusmon for kind of undervaluing just the weight of responsibility he took on himself, and Bacchusmon kind of reassuring her like you might not have realized it, but like you're singing, like hearing you sing while I was like fucking blackout drunk, like that helped me get through the sheer stress of my situation,
Hmm.
and I want you to know how much like that meant to me.
Yeah. Just like it very much paints the picture of just how important she actually was, despite having like less like real like dialogue screen time and stuff. We learn a lot about her through other people's like interpretations of her, which is cool. I like that, especially because she can't really talk as a giant bird.
Yeah.
But she is their ride to the final boss, which is really important.
Yeah, it seems like one of those things where it's like they were just didn't have enough, and we're like, we just gotta cut something.
Okay, the game was already so
And
fucking long.
it could have been a Trails game. It could have been longer.
Oh god,
Please don't.
I don't
Add
need
Okay,
one
another
of those.
2 hours
I,
and
all
add another
right,
2 hours to the spoiler cast.
okay, it's really funny how I'm not taking my ZA shot yet, but I'm taking shots at the other game. This game uses its time much more effectively than any fucking Trails game I've ever played in my fucking life. Let me tell you, like,
True,
holy
true,
shit.
true. So next up would be the twinsies, the siblings.
Yeah, and I think the twins kind of go hand in hand with Minervamon and also kind of Junimon
Yeah,
a
but we're
bit.
saving
Like,
Minerva
this
Mom
is
as well.
kind of
Yeah,
the
a
big
little
final
bit.
block of them.
Yeah. So Coronamon and Lunamon have been in Central Town since the very beginning. There are optional side quests before the time skip where they mention that they don't feel like Coronamon wants to get stronger. Like he just wants to be strong enough to protect people, especially his sister Lunamon. Which they're not like they're not literally siblings, but they are siblings in every sense of the word, except
Found
literal blood
family
relation.
type of
Yeah,
thing.
exactly.
Yeah.
Family is like very much like that is like the theme of this game more than anything is like family,
Yeah.
family, all that kind of stuff.
I also,
So
it also like they very much have the person like a pretty typical dynamic of like Coronamon is like the hothead like
yeah,
shonen guy who kind of charges ahead. It's very dumb, and Lunamon's like always the one who like kind of chastises him, tries to hold him back from doing stupid shit.
hmm
Sensible in
yeah,
between the two kind of deal.
yeah, it's great. I love it, and it's just like so he decides he wants to get stronger and is going to go to the Heat Cosmic to train. Like this happens like right before time skip. So he goes there. It's like a side quest thing. It's not important. Like the details of it aren't. And then Lunamon, feeling like she's being left behind, like Coronamon doesn't trust her to take care of herself, that she's unreliable, decides she's going to do the same and goes to the Chill Cosmic to also train. Time skip 8 years. Apollomon is now the leader of the Heat Cosmic, and Dianamon is now the leader of like the Chill Cosmic. They both like, and they are not happy with each other for various reasons. Dianamon has allegedly been essentially like Digimon trafficking.
Digimon trafficking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
people to the humans to help them in their research, which at this point in the game we know is a very fucked up thing to be doing. And like it's so fucked up that like immediately we're just like there's got to be something else going on here, right? Like she wouldn't
That's fucking the
be
Lunamon. Like,
yeah.
what the
And
fuck?
she wouldn't just willingly do that if she knew what they're doing.
Yeah, so like clearly there's something going on here. So we like go through both of the areas and you like talk to Apollomon first and you recruit him after you beat the shit out of him because again he's the hothead and he just assumes like you're with her when you show up.
Uh,
So
don't there's also the messenger part of this.
yes,
We get
there is There is their lovely Pumpmon, who is the gate, like one of the people who guards the gate to the cosmic area, and he's just like, oh yeah, like I know both of them. I'm chill with both of them. We can like I'll lead you to them because I know both of them. And I'm just like, okay, cool. He's with you the whole time. He's useless in the boss fights. So so Apollomon, very much the hothead. Just do act first, ask questions later. So we go to confront Dianamon. And God, I'm like trying to remember exactly how this plays out. She attacks you like straight up because Apollomon's just like, you fucking bitch, how dare you like traffic humans and shit. And then she gets all offended because like you don't understand, you left me behind, and like
You don't listen to me, yada
yeah.
yada. You
And
think
then,
I'm a nuisance.
Yeah, like basically, it sort of reveals that like that like initial cute little dynamic like was kind of charged for both of them because like like Lunamon like always felt like Chronomon just doesn't fucking listen to her, does what he wants, like
mhm.
just charges ahead, and he just kind of sees her as annoying. But Coronamon, like, he's stupid, but he's not that stupid. He's like, I know that you like look down on me. I know that you like roll your eyes and shit at whatever I do, and you think of me as like an irritating, dumb little hothead. Like and I
Mhm.
really don't appreciate that you think of me so low.
Yeah. It very much is just like, what if the issue you had with your sibling as a child was interrupted by a war of global proportions and you just had 8 years to fester? And the animosity that bred. And also the fact that Dianamon was absolutely like Digimon trafficking. She just didn't know what they were doing with the guys.
Yeah.
Which, oops.
Nah,
And then,
that was a bit on Junomon and shit. We'll talk.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And then, of course, it's revealed that Pumpmon had actually been feeding both of them false information about what the other was saying about them, and
Killing the messengers they'd sent out to each other, so
yeah,
like they never actually get the proper picture of things.
yeah, because they hadn't talking. Jesus Christ, brains melting after 4 hours. They hadn't spoken to each other in the entire 8 years, and they both thought that was weird, but just assumed the other had like done a hard line stance of just, I'm not answering your messages, fuck you. When in
Yeah.
reality it was a agent of Junomon, I'm pretty sure, right? Like Pumpmon was a Junomon pawn.
Yeah.
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 And then the whole fucking thing happens and you're thrown in jail. Junomon captures everyone. Thing that happened earlier was Junomon kind of went a little cuckoo bananas because Agiomon outright refuses his position as the guardian and instead decides that Inori is more important.
So to explain this one, Junomon is part of Chronomon's setup, basically, where she was also fed false information about the whole Great Guardian thing. Because sort of the entire part of the entire, I feel like we never explained this. Like part of the entire scenario of like getting Agiomon over and over again is inventing this false legacy where like Agiomon is like the descendant of the great hero Chronomon, and like is going to be the one who
as like a
saves.
religious thing.
Yeah, and he's gonna save like the digital world from the Titans invasion, basically. And Junomon is set up as like the sort of I guess like the nurturing figure of Agiomon, basically.
Yeah,
Like the one who like
it plays into the actual mythology where Zeus and Hera, who the two are based off, were husband and wife.
yeah, but this one's more of a paternal type figure because Adriomon's a little babby. And like that is like the role that she is. This to her is like for her role in like life. Basically, this is what she exists for. And so when Agiomon kind of rejects her, like his role, and by extension hers, she goes fucking crazy.
Yep.
And it's not even like he specifically rejects it. He's just like, I'll be back. I gotta care for the girl who literally raised me.
Yeah.
Like, you can't ask me to abandon the people that I love so easily.
Yeah. In a way, it's very much like like Agiomon is like her son, and her son is now rejecting her in favor of someone else, and that drives her completely, like it drives her hysterical.
Which is like kind of ironic in a way because like that's her like she spent, you know, however many 100 years like protecting that age. That's nothing to Aegeomon. Aegeomon doesn't know anything about that.
Yeah,
Like,
it's like,
you can't expect for Aegeomon to care about that time when he did not experience that time.
bitch, he's known you for a week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, worth mentioning in this bit is the thing with Titamon, who I feel like is another guy. Like, there's so many guys here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys in this fucking game. There's another guy we kind of skimmed over. Um, he's kind of the second in command of the Titans. He basically leads the actual war effort, as far as I understand.
Mhm.
And has done like has led the charge on both the invasion in like 11 years in the past and also 8 years in the past. Like those are both him, basically.
Yep.
And he's done some fucked up shit. He killed that kid.
Yeah,
He murdered
killed
that kid.
Yeah. Yeah, as you
But
do.
in a bit of tonal dissonance, specifically if you've watched the animated short, which you should probably watch that animated short, like if you've played through the game.
It's really
Like
good.
it's a really effective little piece of animation. Um he shows up as a little Sunomon riding the back of a little Dorimon, who is the baby form of the skull Beluchimon that Titamon was on during his boss fight.
And they still have the same voices. It's so fucking funny. This is when you're in jail, by the way, because Junimon has captured you and you're in jail now.
Yeah.
Also, so yeah, you're in jail. You get broken out by Tsunomon and Dorimon. And fucking so Minervamon has been conspicuously absent for the entire post time skip. Like she has been nowhere. No one's like talked to her or anything. She's been in jail the entire time. You find out. Junimon got her first, and she's just been in here. And like, obviously, this was. We'll talk about Minervamon because again, we need to get moving. I gotta wrap this up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know, and skimming over that because we don't need to do plot summary. You do a dungeon and then you fight Junimon, and Junimon is obviously in her hysteric mode and everything, and so you know you snap her out of it by beating the shit out of her until you can finally like make her see reason in what she's doing is, I mean, grooming, essentially. She was attempting to groom Homon into, like, what she felt he was supposed to be, and doing all this shit in response to that rejection is not good, and she shouldn't be fucking doing that. Especially not throwing people in jail over it. Yeah. I mean, there's not much else to, like, like,
Yeah, it's pretty
Junimon
cut and dry.
yeah, Junimon's a very cut and dry example. Which means we can talk about Minervamon now. Yay. I get to talk about Minervamon rather. So Minervamon was it's obviously my favorite Olympus 12 member. If it wasn't fucking obvious by how I've been talking about her the entire time. She's the first one you meet. She's just very fun, just like a high energy, bouncing off the wall, very like confident. She's the big sister to Coronamon and Lunamon, like a surrogate mother, big sister type. They call her sister. That's more of the role she fills. And part of her whole thing is like as time goes on, she realizes that like she starts having self-doubt because she doesn't feel like she's living up to her role as like their guardian and just like a guardian of, because she's like one of the big people in Central Town too. She's like one of the top people. She's supposed to be very strong. She's supposed to be able to get out there and do stuff. She's very like proactive. And she feels like she hasn't been able to do that, especially after getting fucking thrown in jail for who knows how long and just being unable to do anything for ages. And it's really...
And it's also very clear that like once the Olympus 12 members like group forms, she is by far the weakest member out of all of them.
Yeah, like everyone has eclipsed her so heavily, and she feels like really left behind. And it, you know, it makes sense. And that kind of like that veneer of the goofy happy-go-lucky like one kind of starts to crumble a little bit, and she has like a real moment of vulnerability, and it's very nice. And then during the final boss battle, she ascends to Mervamon, who's like the actual final stage of Minervamon's line, technically, depending on and it like she like starts, you know, carrying her fucking weight at that point, like holy shit. And also
She's
is
also like the final partner, like you like have during the final boss,
yeah,
basically. Like she
it
is
is
like there until you beat the final boss.
yeah. It very much like it's her big moment is like ascending to that stage and being the last one because like the whole final boss is like one by one the Olympus 12 are coming in and doing a big attack and then filling a meter to you eventually get to do a super awesome like massive cross art to win the fight and it's very
Yeah.
cinematic and awesome and the fight has really interesting mechanics that I don't want to talk about too much because oh my god we need to wrap this up.
I want to do mention. I'm assuming you're pretty much done with talking about Minervamon.
I just want
Like,
to talk about the post game side quest because it's for me but yeah go ahead.
okay. No. You finish that first, and then I have
Yeah.
two things, and then we can wrap this up.
Yeah. So Minervamon, like all the Olympus 12 have a not a post game, it's an end game side quest where you get a little more in depth, one on one type of stuff. Minervamon's is very funny because it's a massive callback to the Cross Wars anime where there was a Mervamon who is in love with the Beelzemon from like the main cast. And her entire there's like 3 quests that get unlocked as you progress. Hers is the only one like this because she's like kind of the main Olympus 12 character, sort of, kind of. You spend the most time
Sort
with
of.
her. Yeah, she has the most like direct conversations with you as the agent, which is very funny.
Yeah.
And part of this quest is like I forget who someone is like talking to her about love and she doesn't understand what it is. So she just like tries to go understand it and you watch a movie that's like a generic romance flick where there's like a bad boy on a motorcycle and she's really enamored with the motorcycle part of it because she's like dude the motorcycle was so fucking cool that guy was so fucking cool but it's mostly because he had a motorcycle and so you meet
She gets it.
she gets it. You meet a Beelzemon, and she winds up being like, "Oh my god, he has a motorcycle. What is this I'm feeling? This must be love. It's got to be what this is." And then the second quest is, "Okay, actually, it wasn't love. I just want to kick his ass. I really need to fight this fucking guy." So, also, when you first start the quest and she starts talking about love, she's the other Olympus 12 member you can flirt with. You can literally say, I mean, if you want to know about love and getting in relationships, like I'm right here, like I'd like you, like I'm right here, and she's like, "You're human. That doesn't work. Like, stop it." And you can push it, and she's like, "It would never work. You're human. Like, come on, be serious with me here." And then you do the whole part.
Well,
Where
actually,
yeah. Well, I'll get to that. And then
I mean,
you know
technically.
you do the thing where you kick Beelzemon's ass, and then like the wrap up final quest is just her like talking things out and just being like, I guess like she's just like, I guess what I was feeling was just like the need to battle. Like I feel kind of rusty, so I've just been like really anxious and wanting to fight, and he just seems strong, which is why I did it. And she like starts opening up about like her feelings about this kind of thing, and you can say again, I'm right here. Like, if you want, like, literally, please look at me. And she's like, You're human. It's like, stop trying to push the issue." And then says, it's like, she goes, "Man, whenever I start having like issues and troubles and I want someone to talk to, especially when it comes to this love stuff, you're just the first person to come to mind. It's so weird." Anyway, and it's just like, oh my
Man,
fucking
please, a crumb.
they did this for me. They did this for me. Where they're just like, yeah, technically, I can claim that Agent Minerva as a pairing is not only supported, but potentially canon. And I'm going to carry that to my grave, and I'll never stop talking about it.
We know.
Good for you, bud.
It's great. I won. I won the hardest out of anyone, I think, in this game. Like, this was a game made for me. They're even adding Bancho Lilymon to this fucking thing. Like, can you believe this? Anyway, continue, Bridget, with whatever other stuff you wanted to talk about.
I do. Okay, so I wanted to mention a couple of high moments, and I think there was one big character thing I think we should end this off with because I feel like
Yes.
we actually haven't talked about it too much. That like I feel like is important. Couple of cool things about just the final section of the game specifically. Y- y- the final zone opens up by just fucking Grace Novamon like tearing a hole through fucking time space basically.
Yeah.
That's
Remember
my
how
For
org.
remember how we talked about how Grace Novamon's like a top 10 strongest guy ever and is like a solve the problem button? Well,
Yeah, that.
Oh, there it is.
The part where the final dungeon is just you going through just every fucking 7th grade Demon Lords member.
Except Beelzemon,
The
because you
part where
fight
the
him in the.
Belphemon fucks with you is so funny.
Yeah.
I do like that, like they're power scaling correctly because they're like, thank God this was just a facsimile of the 7th grade Demon Lords. That was the real guy. We'd be fucked.
Yeah, it's really funny.
Speaking of groups making huge appearances last minute, can I,
Yes.
dude?
So
You may.
this was a sticking point for several people saying, "Oh my god, the fucking Royal Knights, the filleting of the Royal Knights." It's not that. It's one cutscene. Get over yourselves.
It's so cool though. They all
It's
show up, do big signature attacks, and it's just like you get the bit where like Dynasmon and Lornaimon do for like the back-to-back shit they do in Frontier. Like one point Dynasmon shows up, they like go back to back, they like rotate around. Now it's Lornaimon doing fucking Argent Fear on the other guy. Oh, you get a Craniamon like barging in on Embarmon and doing a double horse attack, I guess, with Slavemon and shit. They're all doing cool. Oh, it's so. And there's a really funny bit about that scene because if you don't do the series, because I actually wondered about this because specifically because of Craniumon, because he comes in on Embarmon, which was such a thing specific to that side quest. It turns out, as I found out, if you don't do the Royal Knight side quest line, just Omnimon shows up.
yeah.
So
It's just
about how that went for me. So, like I said earlier, I was in like a 12-hour stream session. I decided, nah, I don't want to eat those eggs. I'll do them whenever the DLC comes out. I'll do all the post game. I'll do that later. Fuck that. I get through the game. Get through the end game. We have Yggdrasil just doing that entire like kind of cool speech. You have Homeros agreeing to it. You have Kunlun just going, "Can you guys shut the fuck up and like lock in for like a little bit?" Then you get the Royal Knights remix that it fucks really hard. You get the zoom in. It's just Omegamon. One cannon blast, one slice, looks at me, nods, leaves, and I just lip dick. And then after I beat the game, I go on YouTube, and then I get spoiled by a thumbnail going, "Hey, here's all the Royal Knights doing the cutscene you got cucked on," and it's like, cool, fuck me, I guess.
awesome.
It's really funny because I also got spoiled on this through probably that exact same video, but like when it happened, I still went ballistic, dude. You should have
Mhm.
seen me. I went crazy during that scene.
I got spoiled on the fact
Oh,
that
my
they
fail
do
sons, they're so cool.
like I got spoiled on the fact that cutscene, like not the cutscene itself, but that it happens from people complaining about the Royal Knight filleting. And then I saw the cutscene and I was like, that was like a minute long. What are people talking about? Like
It's
they
just a scene
literally,
of the Royal Knights doing cool things.
it's like they literally explained that they it had to be them. Like they explain why it had to be them. Like Chronomon has a big shield that like is preventing like stuff through temporal interference, and because they're from outside the server, they're able to destroy it. That's like the whole thing. Like,
yeah,
okay, well, whatever.
whatever. It got me so excited. I nearly scratched my open. So
God.
worked for me. And then the last thing about this before I move on to what I think should be our final
Yes, yeah,
topic of discussion, the bit in the final boss where Chronomon like de-digivolves your entire party to
yes,
baby stages, and then stage by stage, Aegeomon like puts your guys back into like their proper through all their levels and stuff. That was crazy.
it
It
also,
feels like such a nice reflection of like how far your guys have gone from
yeah,
like the start to the end.
and it
Like just see
remembers
them
the
go through it
line.
one of them.
Yeah. It like remembers the line you got, like you went through to get your current guy.
Actually, it doesn't.
Oh, it
It
doesn't?
doesn't. No, because okay, so the thing I did was I went through kind of a convoluted thing because my favorite Digimon is Dynasmon, and I wanted my starter to be Dynasmon. So I had to de-digivolve my Patamon into a Tokomon, then re-digivolve him into a Coronamon, go to Coronamon's second stage, and then his second stage went to Mistymon, who I could then turn into Dynasmon. When my
Oh.
guys got de-digivolved, I went through Impmon, Wizardmon, Mistymon, Dynasmon.
Oh, that's so funny. I guess I
Yeah,
just
in
happened
my
to use
case, I
all
had
canon ones. Huh.
yeah, in my case, I
Yeah,
had Imperial Dramon, so I just went to Vmon,
Huh.
yeah,
even
yeah.
though
I
I
had
started with Wormmon.
yeah. So it has like
Fascinating.
Sevlins.
Huh.
Where it does remember it though is like every in the credits where it references like you see the little like VPET sprites of all the Olympus 12 members, and like you see your teams in VPET sprite mode for like every boss fight either against or involved with an Olympus 12 member.
Yeah. It's cool. It's like it remembers the exact 3 guys you had when you won the fight, so it'll just be like or whatever your front runners were at the time, and it'll show you with those
Yeah,
3 guys. It's very, very cute.
yeah. Okay, and then the last thing because we gotta wrap this up,
Please, yeah,
but
we
I
do.
feel like we would be doing an incomplete spoiler cast. I feel like we have not actually talked too much about the actual like characters and bond of Inori and Aegiomon.
Yes. Yes. They are the central point of the entire game, and I love them so fucking dearly. I adore these two. Aegiomon is my precious little baby Uba son, and Inori is my very just the nicest fucking girl you have ever met in your entire life. God bless her heart. She didn't deserve all this.
He deserves nothing but the world, and the world decided, fuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was initially a bit like I don't know. I wasn't immediately won over by Inori. Like her character felt a bit standard at the start, but I was kind of won over by like sort of like when you internalize like why she's like this through just like the sheer amount of fucking suffering she's experienced. Like I
Mhm.
think it really kind of brings that character a bit more home for me.
Yeah. Like it becomes it becomes a little obvious early on that initially she views Ajomon as a direct like replacement almost for her younger brother Yu. Like he looks similar, the clothes fit, and she is very clearly like treating him as if he is you. And as the game goes on, that becomes less and less of her reason, and she does just grow a genuine attachment to Aegiomon because that's her fucking that's her boy. That's her brother,
Yeah.
essentially. And she like they form a literal unbreakable bond. Like temporally unbreakable. And it's
Like
just
to the point where it's like when Chronomon posits that like your bond is basically like me setting your preordained like your deterministic like futures in place. Like that's what your bond is. It's just a deterministic cycle of events. They just kind of respond to it with, yeah, but it's like so important to us that we just don't give a shit.
yeah, it's like, I don't care if you're the one that decided this. That's not what it is to us. Like it means more than that, so fuck you. It's wonderful. I love these two. Like
Like you like the way you kind of see it progress through like like in like yeah, no, the initial stage of her just being a rebuttal replacement. The things Aegiomon like wants to do for her, including like pausing to like go back into the past and like save her family, which he does actually do at the end, which is really funny.
yeah.
And like how there might be like a dangerous level of naivete, sort of like what Aegiomon goes through when Inori falls into the space like
Mhm.
time continuum hole, basically.
Like we would spend another fucking hour here if we talked in depth about just like everything that the two of them go through and like the individual like scenes and shit. The big
Yeah,
one for me is the celebration at the Gear Forest. Like
yeah,
because there's
yeah,
the first big one is the vow they make on the rooftop where Like the two of them decide that they're going to be like partners through and through. They will be there for each other. And then they reaffirm that vow at the celebration at the Gear Forest, but also the agent is there because at that point, like the three of you have become a family. Because at first it's really just
Yeah.
those two, and you're just kind of like this weirdo who is involved, kind of,
Helping them
and
along.
yeah, and
Yeah.
just like helping them along. But by the time that scene at the Gear Forest happens, you are part of their family. You are a unit of three people, and there's that wonderful shot of the three of you just like sitting on the edge of that one thing, just kind of like watching the festivities happen that becomes the starting screen when you open the game afterward. And I was just like, I'm gonna cry when I saw it.
Yeah.
It's wonderful. It's so wonderful. I love it. I love it so fucking much.
It's a great game, Your Honor.
Your Honor, they're my children, and the game is very good. Oh. Okay. Oh god, it's been 4.5 hours. We.
Oh Jesus Christ.
Okay.
I'm looking at the Discord recording time and I'm getting scared.
Okay. We're okay. You know what? Fuck it. We're not even doing a wrap up. The game is fucking phenomenal. It was like it's basically a perfect 10. You know, a caveat aside that we've talked about. There are minor issues throughout the game that we talked about
But
extensively.
Lord, the protagonist doesn't speak.
Shut the
How
fuck
could
up,
it be
Leon.
good?
We're not doing this.
I guess like the only thought I have even remotely left is I think what really stood out to me about this game above all else is like I don't know if any individual character would ever like any individual Digimon or whatever, except for like obviously like maybe Inori and Ageomon themselves, like would ever stand out to me as like a super in-depth like this is one of my favorite characters ever.
Yeah.
But I think the way all of these little stories and even all the NPCs and even the human side of things like really just paint such a fucking complete and like personal depiction of these locations and these people that inhabit it. You feel such a personal like thorough bond with everything in this
Yeah.
game in a way that again like this is not me just like lowering my standards for like um this is not me just lowering my standards because it's Digimon. Like, you know, I'm not talking about Legend CA here. Like, you know, Jesus.
Yeah.
Um,
we got the one.
I had to get my one in. Like no, just for like an RPG, like I feel like it's just been so long since I felt so personally strong about just the place an RPG takes place in, and
Yes.
just like being like feeling like this is like just selling me on just like I'm part of this like fictional community of people and like places, and that it's so man fuck
Man. Yeah, exactly. Man.
Worse.
Game good.
game good.
Game good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be so happy when we get to do normal episodes again. Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh my god, I know.
Dude.
Okay. Everyone say goodbye. I'm gonna hit the stop recording button in like 5 seconds.
Goodbye, chat.
Bye bye.
Goodbye.
Oh, wait, real quick, one last thing. So
Wait, one bonus thing after
We're
yours.
pulling a Nintendo
no,
Direct.
no, we're not doing a
Oh
bonus thing after mine. Mine's the last thing. Yuki, stop trying to ruin my bit.
g-
Like just really quick, just like mechanically exploring this game is like really nice and feels really good, just kind of like vibing out in the areas, unlike Pokemon Legends. Yeah, I got my one. We're ending the podcast. Bye everybody.